Good morning and welcome to our October 11th, 2022 Board Business Meeting. Welcome to our board members, MCPS staff, and members of our community who are joining us here today, and to those who are watching this meeting via live stream on the MCPS website and MCPS TV. Let us stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'll now call the roll to establish that we have a quorum, starting with Mr. Kim.
Good morning.
Ms. Harris,
Good morning, everyone.
Ms. Mandrowski,
Good morning.
Ms. Silvestri,
Buenos días, bienvenidos.
Dr. Daka,
Good morning.
Ms. Evans,
Good morning.
and Dr. Joftis.
Good morning.
Now we can begin the meeting with the approval of the revised agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you. We will now go to item number 3, and I'll turn to Dr. McKnight.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I move for approval for the monthly Human Resources and Development Report.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous.
Thank you. I do have a few resolutions to share. Ms. Wolf? Whereas the death on July 5th, 2022 of Ms. Valerie Stewart Hughes, Communications Assistant with the Department of Student, Family, and School Services in the Office of Wellbeing, Learning, and Achievement, has saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. During her 5.5 years, Ms. Stewart Hughes worked for Montgomery County Public Schools. She was a dedicated employee. In her role as communications assistant, she regularly demonstrated a high degree of competence, possessed extensive knowledge about the school system, and became one of the most valuable assets to students' family and school services. She was known to accomplish tasks well. Ms. Stewart Hughes consistently demonstrated professionalism and exceptional interpersonal skills. She was a valued colleague who always treated others with kindness and respect. Her strong relationships with other staff members within and beyond the Department of Student, Family, and School Services helped create and build respect, collaboration, and trust within Montgomery County Public Schools. Now therefore be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express our sorrow at the death of Ms. Stewart Hughes and extend deepest sympathy to her family.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. The death on August 21st, 2022 of Ms. Erin Lynch, hearing impaired interpreter with the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Vision Program in the Office of Special Education, has saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. During her 36.6 years, Ms. Lynch worked for Montgomery County Public Schools. She consistently demonstrated her ability to collaborate with the team to identify appropriate supports for the students she served. She genuinely cared about her students' overall learning and provided appropriate and effective feedback on the scheduling needs of each student. She was steadfast in her dedication to the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Vision Program and to the success of each student within it. Ms. Lynch understood the assignments of both sign language interpreter and cued speech transliterator. In fact, she was one of the rare employees who possessed both skill sets. Ms. Lynch was positive, dependable, and reliable. She often mentored up-and-coming sign language interpreters and cued speech transliterators. Ms. Lynch was an excellent employee and gave her all each and every day. She was highly valued and respected for all that she gave to the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Vision Program. Now therefore be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express our sorrow at the death of Ms. Erin Lynch and extend our deepest sympathy to her family.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one more. The death on September 11th, 2022 of Mr. Walton Moten, building service worker with the Division of Maintenance and Operations, has saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. During the 15 years Mr. Moten worked for Montgomery County Public Schools, he consistently managed his tasks with professionalism. Mr. Moten kept the building safe and clean and was ready and available to help when needed. He treated all staff members and visitors with courtesy and respect. Mr. Moten was a great communicator. He was very organized and used his time wisely, needing very little supervision. He was efficient in completing his duties and demonstrated exceptional problem-solving skills and consistent dedication. Now therefore be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express our sorrow at the death of Mr. Walter Moten and extend deepest sympathy to his family.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous. Thank you. What's some recognitions?
Item
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll move forward with item number 4, recognition. I do have one recognition for National School Bus Safety Week. The week of October 17th through the 21st, 2022, has been designated as National School Bus Safety Week. School bus transportation is more than a ride to and from school. It is equitable access to education. The school bus is considered to be an extension of the classroom, a place where students form relationships with peers and staff occur. School buses widely are recognized as the safest form of ground transportation. Each student riding a bus should have a safe and secure environment that sets a positive tone for the day to foster a high level of learning and success. School transportation employees across the country and in Montgomery County have served the cause of safety in the community in many non-traditional ways during COVID-19. MCPS needs community members to serve students by stepping up to be the next great Montgomery County Public Schools bus operator, bus assistant, or mechanic to help return transportation to peak performance and meet the needs of students by delivering them to and from school. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education proclaims the week of October 17th through the 21st, 2022 as National School Bus Safety Week.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous. Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is public comments. Public comments is one of our opportunities to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. Board members will take your comments into consideration, but it is not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy, program, and practices. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters, so we encourage everyone to utilize existing avenues of redress for complaints. This is a public meeting, and we expect the conduct of all speakers and members of the audience to be within the bounds of proper etiquette. Inappropriate personal remarks, rude retorts, or other such behavior is out of order and will not be tolerated. Those who demonstrate disruptive or disrespectful behavior during public comments may be asked to leave the room. Please check our website for information about upcoming board meetings, hearings, and work sessions, including any changes to our meeting start times. We have 12 people signed up to provide in-person testimony. Each speaker will receive 2 minutes for comments. When your name is called, please approach the table. 30 seconds prior to the expiration of a speaker's time, a yellow light will go on, accompanied by a beep. A red light and a buzzer signals that your time has expired. Please push the flat button below the microphone to turn it on and begin speaking. Push the same button once more at the sound of the buzzer to turn it off. In addition to our in-person speakers today, we have one video testimony presentation. We will play these submissions once the in-person testimonies have concluded. Copies of testimonies can be found on board docs where they are posted with the other materials for this meeting. At this time, I'm going to call to the table Chad Wilson, Byron Johns, and Diego Uriburu. Please speak in the order you were called, Mr. Wilson.
Good morning. My name is Chad Wilson. I'm a teacher at Watkins Mill High School. I'm also a high school board of director at MCA Board of Directors. Watkins Mill is a high school in one of the county's most highly impacted communities. Like many educators in the county, our job goes beyond teaching. We feed, we mentor, we coach. Schools are staffed and supported by people who know their children's needs the best, which are MCA union members, all working together to create an environment where every student feels accepted. United we rise, after all. We MCA have always been willing to do whatever it takes to demonstrate our investment in our student success, from supporting LGBTQ+ rights to lobbying for legislation improving air quality in buildings. We have been lockstep with our communities because we are a part of the communities, not separate. No matter how often elected or appointed officials tell us to sit down, we stand up, we show up daily for our students and for our community. Our current bargaining platforms show a continued focus on student, staff, and communities we serve. Our desired outcome is that every person touched by our school system will have everything they need. The working conditions for our union folk are the learning conditions for our students. An investment in our children's education is a direct investment in the reputation and future of Montgomery County. Public education is at an inflection point. Teacher shortages are exacerbated by school districts hiring third-party contractors to tell them what is wrong instead of listening to their staff. As a black man, I've seen this word equity thrown around my whole life. But when I saw true equity was through the labor movement, where my grandfather and still workers just like him achieved dignity and respect they deserved. So, our workforce doesn't look like our students yet, and it will never get there when organizations like MCA are attacked for giving people like me a platform to fight for our students. Let us be crystal clear. We are ready to get to work today, right this second, heck, outside if we have to openly negotiate our what we need. It is what we at MCA have always done in the name of equity, and what we'll continue to do.
Mr. Johns?
Good morning, good afternoon now, as we approach it. My name is Byron Johns, and I'm here to represent the NAACP Montgomery County Parents Council and the Black and Brown Coalition on behalf of the 53+% of MCPS students and families that are Black and Brown. We applaud the superintendent and the Board of Education for the vision to launch this seminal study 2 years ago and remain committed to this effort through the ensuing pandemic. Our expectation is that MCPS must steadfastly develop, resource, and execute MCPS's anti-racist plan to address the systemic barriers deeply ingrained in the district's culture, contracts, policies, and practices that have resulted in generations of Black and Brown, special ed, and English language learners and students impacted by poverty being marginalized and underserved in their education. This is a core civil rights matter that is long overdue. I want to provide you with overarching context for the individual testimonies that you will be hearing from representatives of the Black and Brown Coalition. There is overwhelming support for the anti-racist audit. However, it only confirms what we've already known through our lived experiences. People are hopeful this can lead to positive impact for children, and there is skepticism as to whether sustained systemic changes will be realized in a reasonable time frame. There is heightened expectation for meaningful changes that lead to measurable outcomes for students learning and demand for more transparency and accountability. Families are frustrated with the divisive politics and lack of coherence across and within the organizations that have the responsibility and power to educate our children. We want alignment amongst administrators, educators, staff, parents, volunteers, and resource organizations, first and foremost to serve the interests of our children. Montgomery County has the intellectual talent and resources to tackle these deeply embedded systemic barriers.
Thank you, Mr. Johns. We have your testimony. Mr. Uriburu.
Diego Uriburu with Identity. First, I want to acknowledge all the blue shirts and T-shirts that are around. Thank you for the parents for having taken the day off to come here today to testify and to be with us here at the Board of Education. MCPS is great at providing fantastic reports, but sometimes reports stay there. We fully support the anti-racist audit, but we are very concerned about the implementation. So for us to ensure that history does not repeat, we believe that the upcoming anti-racist plan must truly be developed in close partnership with the most affected communities. The anti-racist plan must specifically respond to the barriers our communities experience on the ground. It must also tackle the deeply rooted systemic barriers in the district's culture, contracts, policies, and practices that have resulted in generations of Black, brown, and poor families not being able to reach their highest potential. It has also affected their futures and their families' futures. While we understand the implementation of the anti-racist audit will take time, we believe that we need to start, that the budget, next year's budget, needs to reflect a significant down payment that demonstrates that this is going to happen for real. Finally, our communities believe that the only way for MCPS to successfully implement anti-racist audit recommendations is by everyone working together for progress that can be measured. And I want to reiterate Byron's words. When MCEA and MCPS fight, they take the oxygen out of everything else. We cannot repeat the same story that we had a few years ago. We should have to focus on the children that suffer the most. We don't care if it's transparent or non-transparent, the negotiations, but we have to get it done so we can continue to do the work that benefits all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, I'll call Wylea Chase, Carla Morris, and Anna Romero.
Buenos días, estimados miembros de la Junta Directiva de MCPS. Mi nombre es Ana Romero y mis hijos van a Salt Lake Elementary School y Newsville Middle School y Walkersville High School. También soy miembro del BBC y quiero dar las gracias por haber hecho la auditoría antirracial. Ahora es tiempo de tener contabilidad por las recomendaciones en el reporte y pido que haya más transparencia y confianza con la comunidad latina. Queremos saber cuáles son las oportunidades que existen para nuestros hijos. Por ejemplo, mi hijo que va a Walkersville High School y está en el grado 10. Quiero que entre a la universidad y sin embargo no he recibido información en cómo puede llegar a la universidad. No he recibido tomar clases en Montgomery College para poder avanzar su carrera. Nadie ha hablado conmigo.
She would like me to finish. Is that okay? I'm her translator. Ni nos preparan para el futuro de nuestros hijos. Por eso es importante que alguien se responsabilice para darnos esta información y orientación para que podamos apoyar a nuestros hijos. Si el distrito hiciera esto, creceríamos en igualdad en la comunidad. Me gustaría que el distrito escolar pudiera orientar a nuestros hijos para que realicen sus sueños y que me apoyen a mí como madre para que yo sepa las oportunidades que existen en este país para el beneficio de mis hijos. Gracias por su tiempo y espero que podamos trabajar mejor juntos para ver un progreso que podamos medir. Now I will read it in English. Good morning, esteemed members of the MCPS Board of Education. My name is Ana Romero, and my children go to South Lake Elementary School, Neillsville Middle School, and Watkins Mill High School. I am also a member of the BBC. I want to thank you for having conducted the anti-racist audit. Now it is time to have accountability for the recommendations in the report, and I ask that there be more transparency and community trust with the Latino community. We would like to know what the opportunities are that exist for our children. For instance, my son goes to Watkins Mill High School and is in 10th grade, and I want him to go to college. However, I have not received any information on what he must do to be admitted into college.
He has not received any information on how to take dual enrollment classes at Montgomery College so he could advance his career. Nobody has spoken with me, nor do I feel prepared for how to help my children arrive at the future that they want for themselves. Therefore, it is important for someone to take responsibility of providing parents with information and guidance to help support their children's education. If the district was able to do this, equity and fairness would grow within our community. I would like the school district to help our children make their dreams a reality. I also would like the district to support me as a mom so that I can be aware of the opportunities that exist in this country that can benefit my children. Thank you for your time, and I hope that we can work better together to see progress that we can measure.
Thank you. Ms. Chase, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Wylea Chase. I'm the Director of Operations and Community Engagement for the Black and Brown Coalition for Educational Equity and Excellence. My husband and I are parents of 4 children, 2 of whom have gone through MCPS and 2 of whom are currently MCPS students. Thank you to the Board of Education members for this opportunity to publicly express my gratitude that MCPS conducted the anti-racist audit. I'm excited and in rapt anticipation of the audit findings released here today. While I'm grateful that the audit was conducted and eagerly anticipating the findings, I'm also keenly aware that the real work is just beginning. And I stand here today imploring you to hold MCPS accountable for the successful implementation with accountability measures and measurable outcomes in place. The most recent evidence of learning data released just last month is startling and left me beyond disappointed, as it showed that where there was an improvement for some students and a decline for some students, Black and Brown students in particular showed far less improvement and an even deeper decline. But how is this possible when there was an equity focus in place? Will you, the Board of Education, allow the same thing to happen with the implementation of the anti-racist audit findings? I am testifying before you today to make a public appeal and boldly suggest that you not let that happen. I think it vital that I remind people listening and watching today that in the 2018-2019 school year, MCPS commissioned a resource study that revealed glaring gaps in the allocation of resources to Black, Latino, and low-income students. In examining how much MCPS spends, in addition to how this funding is spent, the resource study found that a lack of access to opportunity, support, and resources kept thousands of Black and Latino students in MCPS from meeting their full potential. This is why the Black and Brown Coalition exists today, to advocate for all students, Black and Brown students in particular. This is why the anti-racist audit and the intentional implementation with measurable outcomes means so much to our entire county. I firmly believe that with proper implementation, which includes accountability measures and support for teachers, principals, and MCPS leadership, this can be a win for our entire school community. The Black and Brown Coalition looks forward to continued collaboration and partnership with MCPS and other trusted community stakeholders, which we hope will include MCPS families representative of all the vast cultural and racial demographics that this county boasts and makes us so great. We can achieve truly equitable outcomes for our students by working better together for progress that we can measure.
Thank you. Ms. Morris.
Nice job. Thank you. Good morning to everyone, or afternoon, whichever one it was. I'm Carla Morris. I'm the acting chair of the Montgomery County Council of PTA's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, past PTSA president of Churchill High School, and a founder of our committee. Our committee members are pleased to have been at the planning and review table as MCPS's anti-racism audit work has been undertaken. We are encouraged by the report and the next steps being presented to the public today. We appreciate the commitment that MCPS has made to making real, positive culture change to eliminate racial disparities within our schools. We do anticipate that MCPS will continue to solicit feedback collaboratively from a wide spectrum of our community members at all levels of educational groups, as actionable next steps are taken, particularly so we can all assess together that changes are occurring as a result of this audit and precisely how those changes will be supporting our students. Tailoring these plans and their rollout will be key to successfully achieving those critical next steps and making those proposed action plans real and making them count. What is meant by equity and inclusion in the classroom will be one thing to a teacher, for example, deciding how to address her curriculum when addressing historic racial discrimination regarding, for example, redlining and housing. It will mean something else to the parents entering their students' school for the first time, trying to navigate English as a new language when communicating with staff and filling out forms. Equity inclusion will mean something else to the Black child who is told by counselors and teachers to lower his secondary education expectations and not aim for a higher than local community college experience because of his own learning challenges. We all must think how we are going to provide a better, kinder, more supportive educational system that widens its scope of inclusivity and truly helps everyone be the best they can be, from our students to our teachers to our staff to our administrators to our families, and it needs to go way beyond legal compliance and become instead embedded in our MCPS culture. And thank you to MCPS for its hard work in this anti-racism effort. Our committee stands ready to continue to assist to create meaningful and positive anti-racism changes for our students. And I note that Wiley is also part of the committee, so I'm delighted that we're here together today. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Next, I'll call Roxana Garcia, Miriam Gavelanes, and Liliana Bernal.
Estimados miembros de la Junta Directiva de Educación y Superintendente McKnight, buenos días. Mi nombre es Roxana García. Soy madre de 3 niños. 2 asisten a la escuela Strathmore Elementary School en 3º y 5º grado. El mayor asiste a la John F. Kennedy High School en el grado 9. Hago parte del BBC. Quiero dar las gracias a MCPS por haber llevado a cabo la auditoría antirracial. Ahora es tiempo de asegurarnos que estas recomendaciones sean implementadas. Deseo aprovechar esta oportunidad para expresar mi preocupación acerca de la forma en que manejan los conflictos raciales en las escuelas. Quiero atraer su atención el caso en que mi hijo de high school tuvo una dificultad para resolver un trabajo en una clase. Uno de sus compañeros empezó a burlarse y molestarlo sin escuchar las veces que mi hijo le pidió que parara. Al final, sin encontrar otra solución, mi hijo dijo una mala palabra. Fuimos citados por la escuela y las consecuencias para mi hijo fueron perjudiciales porque lo castigaron cambiándolo de clases y de horario. Pienso que los estudiantes deben ser tratados de forma equitativa y el personal de las escuelas debe averiguar a fondo los motivos y circunstancias por las cuales se genera el conflicto. De esa manera podemos tomar correcciones para las partes involucradas que se hagan responsables de las acciones de forma igualitativa. Para terminar, quiero pedir que trabajen en un proyecto que ayude a los padres cuando soliciten un cambio de escuela, especialmente cuando es por motivos de falta de programas que nuestros hijos necesitan y que las escuelas a las que asisten no los proveen. Gracias por su tiempo y espero que podamos trabajar juntos mejorando el progreso que podamos medir. Thank you.
Dear members of the board Dear members of the Board of Directors of Education and Superintendent McKnight, good afternoon. My name is Roxana Garcia. I am a mother of 3 children. 2 attend Strathmore Elementary School in grades 3 and 5, and the oldest attends John F. Kennedy High School in grade 9. I am part of the BBC. I want to thank MCPS for conducting the anti-racist audit. Now it's time to make sure these recommendations are implemented. I would like to take this opportunity to express my concern about the way racial conflicts are handled in schools. I want to bring to your attention the case where my high school son had difficulty solving a group project. One of his classmates started teasing and annoying him without hearing the times my son asked him to stop. In the end, without finding another solution, my son said a bad word to him. We were summoned by the school, and the consequences for my son were harmful because they punished him by changing his class and his schedules. I believe that students should be treated fairly, and school staff should thoroughly find out the reasons and circumstances for the conflict. That way, you can make corrections where the parties involved are equally held accountable for their actions. In closing, I would also like to ask that you work on a project that will help parents when a change of school is requested, especially when it is for reasons of lack of programs that our children need and that the school they attend does not provide the programs. Thank you for your time, and I hope we can work together to see this progress can be measured.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Señores miembros de la Junta Directiva de Educación y Superintendente McKnight. Buenos días. Mi nombre es Miriam Gavilanes Muñoz. Mis hijos asisten a Gaithersburg Middle School y Gaithersburg High School. Soy miembro del BBC. Primero quiero darle las gracias por haber llevado a cabo la auditoría antirracial, que abre muchas posibilidades para lograr la participación igualitaria de las diferentes culturas que conviven hoy por hoy en el sistema escolar. Como madre, he motivado a mis hijos a buscar recursos y oportunidades dentro de sus escuelas que les permitan desarrollar sus habilidades, no solo académicas, sino vocacionales. Y he visto cómo, a pesar de cumplir con los tiempos de inscripción y requisitos, muchas veces nuestros hijos no tienen la oportunidad de pertenecer a actividades deportivas o vocacionales. Quiero poner como ejemplo claro el caso de mi hijo mayor, quien aplicó para ser parte de la orquesta musical y también del equipo de fútbol americano de la escuela a la que él asiste. Se inscribió y participó en programas de verano y a pesar de haber cumplido con las fechas de inscripción y requisitos, no fue tomado en cuenta. También quiero mencionar que dentro del programa de ESOL hemos sentido con mucha frecuencia la necesidad de que nuestros hijos latinos interactúen diariamente dentro de las aulas o diferentes espacios con los estudiantes americanos para un mayor aprendizaje del idioma inglés. Con estos ejemplos, es evidente que dentro de los planes de acción de esta encuesta antirracial deberán asegurar e implementar e invertir en la capacitación de políticas adecuadas e incesantes que permitan que nuestros estudiantes latinos sean tomados en cuenta en los diferentes programas que existen. Eso les va a ayudar a alcanzar el éxito profesional en el ámbito más igualitario. Gracias por su tiempo y espero que podamos trabajar mejor juntos para ver un progreso y que podamos medir. Cordialmente, Miriam Gavilanes.
Dear members of the Board of Education, and Dr. McKnight, good morning. My name is Miriam Gavilanes Muñoz. My children attend Gaithersburg Middle School and Gaithersburg High School. I am a member of the BBC. First, I want to thank you for having carried out the anti-racial audit, which opens many possibilities to achieve the equal participation of the different cultures that coexist today in the school system. As a mother, I have motivated my children to look for resources and opportunities within their schools, which allow them to develop their skills not only academically but vocationally. And I have seen how, despite meeting the registration times and requirements, many times our children do not have an opportunity to belong to sports or vocational activities. I want to give a clear example, the case of my eldest son, who applied to be part of the musical orchestra and also of the football team of the school he attends. He enrolled and participated in summer programs, and despite having met the registration dates and requirements, he was not taken into account. I also want to mention that within the ESOL program, we have very often felt the need for our Latino children to interact daily within the classroom or different spaces with American students for better learning of the English language. With these examples, it is evident that within the action plans of this anti-racial survey, they must ensure that they implement and invest in the training of adequate and incessant policies that allow our Latino students to be taken into account in the different programs that exist that will help them achieve professional success in a more egalitarian environment. Thank you for your time, and I hope that we can work better together to see progress we can measure.
Thank you.
Señores Junta Directiva y Superintendente McKnight, buenos días. Mi nombre es Liliana Bernal y soy miembro del BBC y tengo una hija en Queen's Orchard High School. Principalmente agradezco el crear estos espacios en los cuales la comunidad de padres interactúe con ustedes y propone ideas que conlleven al cumplimiento de las recomendaciones arrojadas por el auditorio antirracial. Pensando en garantizar educación de calidad e igualitaria para todos los estudiantes, considero que se debe partir desde la base de la confianza Entiendo que solo de este modo se me permite, como madre y parte de la comunidad, exigir que nuestros hijos latinos y afroamericanos reciban educación al mismo nivel de calidad que sus compañeros asiáticos y caucásicos. El ejemplo más claro y sencillo es cuando observo que la escuela de mi hija se esfuerza por brindarme información importante y detallada en español para que ella pueda ir a la universidad. Eso me hace sentir bien, lo reconozco. Sin embargo, cuando en otras ocasiones esta información solo es suministrada en inglés e incluso utiliza herramientas tecnológicas para su traducción, pienso que me estoy perdiendo información importante y tips claves que me puedan ayudar a mi hija y a mí para que su ingreso o proceso a la universidad sea mejor. Muchas veces porque el traductor cambia el sentido o lo que los textos quieren decir con precisión o sencillamente no es clara la información de esta manera, por lo cual considero no debería depender de nosotros como comunidad de padres la exigencia de recursos bilingües y por el contrario debería ser parte de las operaciones generales de la escuela y aún más observando el número tan elevado de estudiantes latinos con los que cuenta King's Orchard en la actualidad. La invitación es a que nosotros como comunidad de padres y las diferentes escuelas a las que acuden nuestros hijos fomentemos el trabajo en equipo y de tal manera hagamos más sencillo el proceso de información bidireccional, logrando conocer de primera mano las decisiones, recursos y oportunidades con las que cuentan nuestros hijos por medio de sus escuelas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear members of the Board of Education and Dr. McKnight, my name is Liliana Bernal and I'm a member of the BBC and I have a daughter at Quince Orchard High School. I am primarily grateful to you for creating these spaces where the parent community can interact with you and suggest ideas that align with implementation of recommendations set forth in the anti-racist audit. In thinking about guaranteeing a high quality and egalitarian education for all students, I believe that community confidence must be the base. I believe that only this way I can, as a mother and community member, demand that our Latino and African American children receive an education at the same level and quality as their Asian and Caucasian peers. The simple and best example is when I observe my daughter's school try hard to give me important and detailed information in Spanish so she can go to college. That makes me feel good, I recognize it. Yet when in other circumstances this information is not provided in English, and I even use technological tools to translate, I feel like I'm missing important information and key tips that could help not only me but my daughter as well to initiate the college admissions process. This is due to the fact that these technological translators often change the meaning of or context of the information given, and the information becomes incomprehensible. Thus, I believe that it should not depend on the parent community to request bilingual resources, but rather it should be standard operating procedure of the school, and even more so since there is such a large number of Latinos currently at Quince Orchard. I invite us parents and schools to whom our children go to for help to come together and form a work team so we can make the two-way information communication process more simple, that we are incorporated from the beginning into decision-making, the sharing of resources and opportunities that are available to our children at their school, and that we parents and school staff become the vehicle through which they can access these resources and fulfill their dreams. Thank you for your time, and I hope that we can work better together for progress that we can measure.
Thank you. Lastly, I'll call Megan Vagonic, Carolyn Ross, and Cynthia Simonson.
Okay, so seeing that Megan McGonic's not
I
here.
don't think she's in the room, so you can go ahead. Thank you.
All right, and forgive me just one moment, I want to scroll back.
Okay.
My name is Carolyn Ross. I am a parent of a fourth grader at Forest Knolls Elementary School and a ninth grader at Einstein High School. I am a product of the public school system and I believe in it. And I am utterly astounded by these other testimonies here today. I think it really reinforces the fact that my issue here this afternoon is it's all intermeshed. And I specifically speak on teacher shortages. I heard the gentleman from Watkins Mill mention it. It goes to the heart of what many of the Latino folks here testifying today had to say. My daughter last year in the 8th grade, her teacher was in a car accident right before spring break, and for the remainder of the school year, she and her mostly black and brown classmates had no math teacher. And the information was not shared readily by the school, I suspect, not because Miss McLaughlin of our Loiterman Middle School didn't want to share it, but because she was told to not be transparent with parents. Again, here now at Einstein High School in the 9th grade, I hear one parent at the end of a PTA meeting say, can we get an update on the 3 math classes that are without a teacher? And there was rather a long pause from our principal at Einstein. Again, I don't know why that is, but he seemed to be not able to share. I'm asking that the board and its superintendent begin now to share the information with parents, to be transparent, to innovate. My written testimony talks about that, and I'm sure you all will have a chance to read it. We have a number of suggestions that I'd hope to read into the record here today. And that's my last beat. Thank you.
Thank you. We have your testimony, so thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Simonson.
Good morning. The request I have today is to require MCPS to have a crisis communications plan that can be shared with the community, and second, to clearly outline MCPS role and communications ability when MCPD is involved. I had 2 children held in lockdown at McGirt High School in January, and I've yet to see documentation that we have made any of these changes for our families. I've attached 6 messages that I received over the 9-hour period from start to finish. First message was 18 minutes after lockdown began. It included a quote, "There is no immediate threat to the safety of students or staff. I expect you to join with us in calling for MCPS to cope ahead and standardize language in multiple languages to be shared in a crisis." Second message was an hour and 7 minutes into the lockdown. "We will provide updates as soon as we have them," but sadly, that wasn't true. MCPS already knew what had occurred. Roughly a half hour before MCPS put out this message, Cordell Traffic Report had tweeted there was a teen male shot in the bathroom, isolated incident. There is no active shooter. That was important to tell our families. If MCPS is under a gag order, that when MCPD is involved, tell us. We aren't going to tell you anything, but here's where you can get the updates. Third message, an hour and 44 minutes into lockdown. "We will have more information as soon as it's available." Again, did not relay any information about what was already publicly available. Fourth message, 5:07 p.m., 4 hours, 8 minutes into lockdown, 3.5 hours after the traffic report, and 80 minutes after MCPD tweeted that they had apprehended somebody. MCPS finally passes that along. They also use this to tell us they will notify us when it is safe and when we can come and pick up our kids, a notification that never came. Fifth message, 7:44, telling us about a webinar which deserves its own public comment period. And the sixth message was a community-wide message from Dr. McKnight. Again, the ask is to ask for the plan and to clarify the roles. Thank you.
Thank you. We received one video testimony submitted by Janelle Wong. Please play the video.
Good evening. My name is Janelle Wong, and I am an MCPS parent. I am a supporter of the Black and Brown Coalition for Educational Equity and Excellence. The most recent data on evidence of learning released last month in September shows that now is the time to ensure that anti-racist recommendations are fully implemented. Those data show unacceptable racial and economic inequalities in our district that run deep. but I am heartened by the opportunities opened by a review of policies, practices, and experiences facilitated by the anti-racist audit. I do have two concerns about the outcomes of this report. One is that the implementation will be limited despite the best of intentions because of the work of addressing racial and economic equity will not be integrated across all parts of our complex education system. Advancing equity and opportunity is not one unit's job, but everyone's job. And so it is critical that internal processes and operations align to address the systemic racism that accounts for unequal educational outcomes. My second concern is that this report will generate a lot of good discussion without meaningful or transformative changes that we can see in terms of how dollars are spent and ultimately measure with improvements in student outcomes across race and economic categories. What kind of accountability mechanisms are or will be put in place in terms of reviews, metrics, analysis, and how future resources will be allocated? How will we know if something is working? What response will there be if data demonstrates that what we are trying isn't working? What is the accountability measure for teachers, principals, and district leadership? These questions raise the need for intentional planning, mandates, and support. We are not there yet, but I know we can get there. But we can only get there by working better together for progress that we can measure. Thank you.
This will conclude our public comments. The next business meeting of the Board of Education is Tuesday, October 25th. Sign-ups will begin the evening of Tuesday, October the 18th. In addition to the online sign-ups for public comment, we have returned to the practice of in-person, same-day sign-ups when space allows. Unallocated slots may be filled on a first-come, first-served basis on the day of the meeting. In order to sign up in person, please arrive at least 15 to 20 minutes before the start of the open session and sign the form. In-person sign-ups will close 15 minutes before public comment begins or when slots are filled. So at this time, I'll take comments from my fellow board members. Before I do, I'd like to thank in particular all of our Latino parents who came out today, because we usually find that our immigrant communities and even our Black parents do not come out and speak up. So I'm very glad that you came out and brought your concerns about access and participation to the board, because many of these are the same concerns as a Black parent that I have in our community. And I'm sure the same concern exists in many of the immigrant communities. But we need people to come out because we won't know otherwise what's going on. I also want to thank Ms. Simonson for again raising the issue of crisis communication. It is an issue that is of great concern to all of us, and you will hear Dr. McKnight and her team speak to this at a later time, but we are definitely on it because it's not just Magruder, it was also, as you know, BCC. The parents felt that they were not receiving the information that would, if I could use the term, soothe their nerves. And as a parent as a grandparent, I should say, they had an incident at Cloverly, so I understand, and it was outside the school, so I can't imagine the stress of an incident inside the school building. So at this time, I'm going to turn to my fellow board members, and I know, I'm sorry, can you turn on your light if you'd like to speak? I'll start with Dr. Daka. She has her light on.
Oh, thank you. I have a few remarks, but Mrs. Romero, please understand that the school is going to reach out to you. I am certain. Watkins Mill is in my neighborhood, and I'm sure that the principal would not be happy to think that you hadn't had anybody reach out to you about continuing education. And I liked what Ms. Chase said about the Black and Brown Coalition and winning for the community. I think people need to look at that when we have Black and Brown students who are not making it, it does not look good for the school system. We know that we have the ability to do a better job, and the whole community has to think that way. They can't think that, well, I'm not going to give any more money to those students because, I don't know, just don't want to do it anymore, don't believe in it. Mrs. Garcia, you talked about motives for fights, and I quite agree with you that if a student verbally abuses another student, that student should also be part of the discussion. And I'm not sure that that didn't happen. That may have happened, but the principal and other staff don't have to tell you exactly how they dealt with that other student.
Do you want me to translate her document?
¿Quiere traducirlo? Ok. Bueno, ya. Bueno, es mejor que ella lo traduzca que yo, porque es difícil para mí. Okay. The other part was Mr. Johns talked about marginalization and eliminate divisiveness, and I think that's really important. And Mr. Uriburu talked about implementation, which is a concern. This is a wonderful report, but are we going to implement it, and how soon are we going to do that? And Mrs. Wong also talked about implementation and accountability. We can have all these wonderful things that come out of this report, but if nobody has to do them and be accountable for it. And I know I'm almost to the point, and I'm doing this because this is it for me in November. If we don't put a dollar sign there for people so that they understand you got to do this or you're not getting paid. I mean, it just has to be as basic as that. Otherwise, it'll still be like, well, we have the training, but I don't know how to do it, or I haven't got a plan for it, or whatever. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, Miss Mucho.
La doctora Daca habló sobre el comentario que hicieron de que no tenían información sobre cómo ir a la universidad y dice que está segura que el director le gustaría saber esa información para poder hacer un mejor trabajo. And I didn't hear your second comment about the conflict.
About what?
The interracial conflict.
Oh, conflicto en la clase porque la madre cree que no pasó nada La madre cree que no pasó nada al otro estudiante que fue usando palabras abusivas. Posiblemente esto ocurrió, pero el público no puede saber exactamente lo que pasó con el otro estudiante. Pero su estudiante ha tenido que cambiar de clases y esto es muy obvio que fue una manera de corregirlo. Y continuar.
No,
Okay, marginalization. Bueno, ellos entienden todo el resto.
Thank you. Mr. Kim?
I also just wanted to take the opportunity to thank everyone for sharing their remarks. I find that the work of public education really is inseparable from the work of equity. And I think that it's been reflected in all of the remarks we've heard today from parents about all the ways that the inequities in our school system and in public education as a whole really show up and have real impacts on real families and real students. So I really appreciated that these comments being centered around that, and hope that as we move forward with the work of anti-racism, our work is continuously grounded in the impacts that it'll have. But yes, I just wanted to reflect that the importance of this work and how that's been underscored. I think that moving forward, implementing these accountability measures, as we've continuously heard, is going to be crucial. But really seeing the members of the community come and express their willingness and their desire to be a part of these conversations really leaves me optimistic about the future of the work around anti-racism and of our school system, and I'm excited to see how our community can continue to be roped into those conversations and participate in this work moving forward. So thank you all for being here and sharing those remarks.
Thank you. Ms. Mandrowski?
Yep, thank you. I too would like to thank everyone for coming today and being here and showing your support and your testimonies, and the interest that the community as a whole throughout not just Montgomery County but beyond has taken in this work that we're going to do. The bottom line is implementation's everything, and accountability. I want to thank Mrs. Simonson for her continued comments in reference to our work on crisis communications. Getting a plan out there and clarifying the roles will be very helpful for every school community, obviously. So I'll look forward to having that come to us soon. But the one thing that I really wanted to spotlight was, and perhaps you can translate for me at the end, is the testimony that we heard, from Ms. Romero and many of the others. It saddens me so much because these are things that we have been speaking about for a very long time. Having families, parents, students be able to understand what the future possibilities are before they get there and are trying to, we need to do better at being more proactive in terms of preparing our students and our families for what their opportunities are coming. And what I'd love to see as a follow-up is some sort of, I don't want to say call it a price tag, but financial aspect to what it would look like to have a college and career advisor working with our middle school students before they go on to high school. For me personally, when my daughter was in, I guess she was beginning of her junior year, no one had still spoken to any of us about college opportunities or career pathways or any of those things. And luckily for me, I had a relationship with the principal, so I was able to contact her and request this. But not everybody has that understanding of what they should be looking for and what we should be providing. And I was told back then that all students are supposed to have been spoken to in 8th grade before they go on, and then there's a plan that's supposed to be put in place that gets followed through in high school, correct? And that didn't happen for my child, and clearly it's not happening for too many children. So I would be interested in seeing what that would look like in terms of a budget impact to help provide our middle schools with college and career advisors. Maybe it doesn't need to be a full-time position at every school, but just kind of a look at how we could better address this in a more definitive manner than we have in the past.
If I could just follow up on Ms. Mandrowski's comment, it's also important for our career and technical programs.
Correct.
Because they have a number of requirements that the students
Correct.
that we have in the past seen didn't know were required, and
Yes.
we're going through the program. So I think, and I do know that you have been working on that.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to
Thank you.
piggyback on what you were
Yes,
saying.
because that's why I specifically mentioned college and career, because the other issue that was mentioned was a COSA, supports for parents, for COSAs to address programs of interest and things. And again, whether it's somebody needing support to be able to get to a program that they have an interest in, or just being aware of what programs there are even locally for them, it's just not there. So thank you.
En resumen, muy breve, la señora Smandrasky decía que muchos de estos temas ella los ha escuchado por muchos años, especialmente el tema que dijo la señora Romero de no tener la información sobre cómo ir a la universidad. Entonces ha pedido que obtener información de qué costaría tener consejeros universitarios empezando en la escuela intermedia para que los jóvenes empiecen a escuchar sobre la universidad a ese nivel.
Could I piggyback off of Ms. Mandrowski? I wanted to say there has to be a better way to get the information to our parents, because in middle school, our counselors start talking to our 6th graders about college and career. And then in 8th grade, as you mentioned, they do complete a 4-year plan, right? So they're supposed to, right? But even still, based off what we heard from our parents today, they're not even aware of that. So I know as we have our annual meetings where Parents kind of come, they can do Zoom now, where they hear about what's being offered at the middle school level and high school, that we mention some of the things that are going to happen. And we may already do that, but just find additional ways to get that information out to our parents, because it's a lot of information, and a lot of what I heard today, we do, right? But it's a matter of it reaching our parents. So I just really do want to say I appreciate everyone coming. This is what community engagement looks like. And I've not seen this level of response from our community since we had the ERS study. So I did appreciate Ms. Chase mentioning that. This is wonderful. This is what we want you to do. We want you to be engaged. Dive deep into the information and come back and let us know your experiences. So I just wanted to comment off of Mrs. Smardowski and just kind of add in, this is wonderful. Please hold us accountable. This is what we've been elected to do, right? We want to do our jobs, and we believe that we're doing our jobs. But we have 210 schools, 160,000 plus students, and so we need to hear from you, right? And we're going to reimagine how we do community engagement so we can get out into the community to hear more from you. Mr. Lansman reminds me that we have a community engagement involvement policy now. It's very new, so that we can do this in a much more intentional way, right? Because it's not that us trying to tell you how we're going to do it. We want to get your feedback as well.
Thank you. Ms. Harris.
Yes, I do really deeply appreciate, as my colleagues have said, hearing from so many folks in our parent community today, but just the energy around wanting to be part of the work that we are, I hope, committing to do through the first step of this system-wide audit. And then the coming together and working together to identify the steps that we're going to take as a community to make those, to address those findings and really create the kind of school system that I think we all want to see. And so I hope, as Ms. Evans said, we continue to see people coming forward, sharing your testimony with us, and it's wonderful to see you in person, but you don't always have to come in person. You can take advantage of that opportunity to submit video and audio information to us as well. But I did want to, and I'm assuming Mr. Fitzpatrick is doing his frequent note-taking as he does at our meetings, and taking note of, I think Ms. Romero, Ms. Garcia, and Ms. Munoz all mentioned issues they'd had at their schools that perhaps we could follow up on. I think the overarching concern for me, building on some of the comments of my colleagues, is I think this highlights very dramatically that we still have a massive communication gap with our communities. When we hear so many families stepping forward and telling us what they really are only asking for is to clearly understand the opportunities available at their school and the processes that their students are experiencing, whether it's, athletics or music or discipline or taking advantage of a specific program. When I hear, parents saying once again that they're relying on their multilingual student to be the conduit of that information, that's wonderful, but that is not the way we should be doing business as a school system that's this diverse now. And so I'm really hoping that part of the work that is going to come out of our commitment to the anti-racist audit practices is that we create a way of communicating that envelops and includes everybody all the time. And nobody has to say, I didn't know, or this happened and I don't know why. But I also wanted to highlight our parent talking about the math situation at Einstein. I just think as a system, we need to be very, very comfortable admitting what everybody can see. And it makes me sad that the folks at the PTA at Einstein felt like the school was reluctant to just be open and honest with them about the fact that, yes, we lack these math teachers, and these are the steps we're taking to support the learning in those classes. Because it's just an issue that we and every other school system in the country is dealing with, especially with math and science teachers. And so just being honest about that, and not treating that as information we should be uncomfortable about, because it simply is the truth of our schools. And it simply is the way it is, and we're going to take steps to fix it. And I do want to give a shout out to, and you've mentioned it before, Dr. McKnight, and I so appreciate it, community members who have heard about the needs in our schools and stepped forward. And, you know, whether it is a multilingual parent coming forward to support their main office, to be to welcome families as they come in, but also we've mentioned Ms. Ladd in Olney at Rosa Parks Middle School, who stepped up to teach French because they didn't have a French teacher. And I, have to shout out Ms. Simonson's here, but single-handedly, the Simonson family, 2 recent grads have taken on long-term sub-positions in our schools. One is teaching Spanish at Shady Grove Middle, and the other is teaching is in an elementary school. That's the kind. I so appreciate when our community members hear what our challenges are, and as so many in this community has done today, step forward to say, I want to help you, and I see a way that I can help you. And I think some of it is us making clear how much we value that, and all the many, many ways our families can be part of the work. But also another plea for anybody in the vast listening audience, if you have math skills and you would be willing to take a long-term sub-position at Einstein, please step forward because we need you. And so many of our needs in our schools right now don't require even a full-time commitment. Some do, and that's wonderful, but, just like Ms. Ladd, taking up, I think, two periods of language a day. There's so many ways that people in our communities our communities are so very talented and have so much to offer in our schools. Just getting more and more people, if you are able and available to support the work that's happening in our schools, we need you and we welcome you.
Ms. Silvestri.
Just to follow up on that, Ms. Ross said that she had recommendations in her testimony that I think we should look at. I know that we're working 24 hours a day on our staffing, but invite you to connect with her to find out more about that. I'm going to hold most of my comments because we have a whole presentation on this in the next couple of hours. But I did want to thank the Black and Brown Coalition for organizing and be here today. This does not happen by chance, okay? And so thank you for being here and expressing your hopes and what you expect to happen with this. And the message I heard loud and clear is accountability. And an example that I want to give is I got involved in MCPS because of the issue of interpretation and translation and lack thereof. That was 15 years ago. Every time the Spanish-speaking community comes to testify, overwhelmingly, this is what we hear. Inability to communicate with our schools, our teachers, our administration. If you cannot be equal partners in the partners that we want them to be, if you cannot communicate. So when I hear accountability and trust and is anything really going to happen, this is a great example. We've been hearing this for 15 years. I've been hearing it for 15 years. What is going to happen next? Because if these folks came out here today and they've been coming out for 15 years and nothing significant happens, then we have failed and we have let our community down. So just one example of the high expectations that we all have for this work and that we're going to hold ourselves accountable because our community and our students deserve it. Thank you.
Dr. Joftis.
Thank you. I too want to thank the Black and Brown Coalition for organizing around this report. And I too will save most of my comments for later when we get into the meat. But I do want to highlight, because I agree, Ms. Silvestri, the theme that came through, I even love the tagline with working together better for progress we can measure. I love that. Thank you. Thank you. So you all know, you hear me say this a lot, and I'll say this more later on, but my concern is that this report uncovers a lot of issues that we need to address absolutely and with utmost urgency. My concern is, Dr. McKnight, you and your team are really working towards coherence by really defining what our key initiatives are, how we're going to measure progress, making sure that everyone understands our theory of change and our strategic approach to schools. My concern is when we overlay the very long list of recommendations from this report without putting it through this lens of coherence, that we're going to, the accountability piece is really difficult because it's going to be one more thing on top of other things that we're trying to accomplish. And as I'll say later, one of my criticisms of this report is that it doesn't present a framework, an overarching framework of what anti-racism means. I have some thoughts about it. To me, anti-racism includes things like community schools. It includes things like multi-tiered systems of support. And this doesn't address that, and I understand that, and it identifies some key things that we do need to think about. But we also need to incorporate it into the key aspects of our emerging theory of action and strategic approach for overall improvement of our schools and outcomes, especially for our most underserved students. And so that's the conversation that I'm going to be very much pushing, is how do we incorporate the good work of the anti-racism audit in a way that doesn't detract from or doesn't undermine all the other key initiatives that we need to get done. So I'll talk more about that later, but I do appreciate all you coming out and supporting that work.
Dr. Daka.
Yes, I too want to thank Mr. Johns and Mr. Uriburu for making sure that all of these parents were able to come and working together. And I was alluding to that in terms of us looking at the whole community and the whole community being supportive of what we're doing. I want to thank Ms. Morris, who came yesterday and spent her time with us. Her child is at Churchill. And Mrs. Wong, who was on the video. These are parents whose kids are in schools that don't have very many African American or Latino students, but they are here to support the kinds of things we want to do. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, our final comment is from Dr. McKnight.
Thank you, President Wolf. Dr. Daka's reaction, I think is probably the start of much of our reactions for the conversation that we're going to have today. Because much of what we heard through public comment, the personal accounts of experiences that have not been desirable experiences, we all know that it's gone on for a long period of time because of the fabric of a lot of things that we have to overcome and address as a school system, as a community, as everyone. So I just want to say, Dr. Doc, I think you're just starting where we're all probably going to end today. But I want to go back to first sincerely share my appreciation for the personal accounts that were shared today at the board table. It is very important for us to hear and understand these personal accounts of the experiences of students in our schools because, and I continue to say this is a system of 161,000 students, 210 schools, almost 30,000 employees if you combine full-time and part-time. So one of the biggest barriers to us being able to create the norms of what we're going to talk about in this audit finding today, which is coherence and accountability and consistency, is size. Because with size, there requires time and investment, and this is not a factory in which we are creating a product. This is personal experience. These are personal experiences we're having with individuals every single day that are really impactful. And so that means having to do the work of changing the hearts and the minds and the priorities of all the people who sit between all of us who are sitting in this room and every child that's sitting in a school right now. And what makes that even more difficult is when you're dealing with an infrastructure that doesn't take into account the diversity, the language, the culture, all of those things that we're talking about. But I think the first step is us doing exactly what we're doing, which is to be honest. this report and this presentation that we're going to have today, I think, gets at the first step that MCPS has taken, which is we're going to self-evaluate without being directed to do so, because we recognize our own inconsistencies and lack of accountability that can lead to better outcomes. 2 years ago we said that in the middle of a pandemic, when there were many reasons not to do it. So I think that's the first step in showing that we own this issue. We're going to be transparent and understand and say what we are not doing, but we are going to need the help of everybody in this room and every other family in this county to help us address it. Because the systems that we have established and that are existing today are systems that have been established 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years ago that have been tweaked along the way that's not really making the systemic change that we want to see. And so as we all urgently want to change this right now and not have another moment of the discomfort that it brings, we're all going to have to come together and say, what are the barriers we're going to commit to removing consistently and together so that we don't get sidetracked and make everything the priority so that it's nothing and that it's not this. So I just felt like that was really important to share, because as we can make these commitments to why we have to solve these issues, we have to be real and keep that commitment no matter what comes. For every personal account that was here today, I was looking for Ms. Rubin, the chief of schools, because she knows the expectation is for every single school that was mentioned today, every single account that was shared, we expect that we're going to, I expect, and I know that we will follow up with you personally to hear what happened, and most importantly, make the connection between the parent and the child and the student and the school and the child and us. That's our job, to make that connection, because we can talk about these personal accounts here, but if they don't change so that it doesn't happen again to another child, then it doesn't matter. But that's also us being what? Reactive. Everything that we have to plan for today and as a result of this audit is building a more proactive system. So I urgently say that today, as we go through this presentation, you're going to see themes of we need systems of accountability, we need spaces of coherence. These are the things that I will say are going to help us solve the inconsistencies and the communication gaps that exist, because there was one example that Ms. Mandrowski, you were sharing about there being a conversation about career path that happens in middle school and your child not receiving that. Ms. Evans said, yeah, and then, you know, I would probably say we would have gauged a room. Some people got it, some people didn't. That's an example of inconsistency. So it doesn't mean that there's not a system that's established to address it. It means that that system is not meeting every single individual school. And so that's the problem that we have to solve, the consistency of what we're doing. And at the same time, evaluating the systems that we have in place. Are they the right systems or the wrong systems that need to be changed, forgotten, revamped, whatever it may be? And the only way that we come to what those right and correct resolutions are is to have our community be a part of it, because you're experiencing it on the other side, in the schools, with the students, and working with the staff. And we want to equip the staff to be able to do that. Some of the accounts that we heard of, the lack of transparency, and I can't speak to every particular situation in terms of why information would not be shared. I mean, you all know as a board, we talk about exactly where we are with vacancies all the time. We're going to share that information with you. I would probably say it doesn't feel good to have to say where we are, but I'm going to be the best example for the system that I can be, because if we're not doing something right, I'm going to say what it is. And I'm going to say what we're going to do about it. And I would expect that that would be the same level of transparency that everyone in our schools would have in communicating with our families. But not everybody's there. So we have to find out what's impeding people feeling comfortable in those conversations and how to help them. And what you can hear from me is a commitment to do so. I can't erase what's happened over the last 10, 5, 15, 20, 30 years, but what I can do is say what we're going to do moving forward. Hold myself accountable, as I expect for the board to do, and hold my staff accountable for doing that. So I want to, end with my appreciation for all that has been shared and all of those statements that I heard, because I was writing down as you were saying. I hope that MCPS, I anticipate that MCPS, I believe that MCPS will. We have to change that to action because I recognize that hope is not a strategy. Okay? And so we have to change it, and I make that commitment to you that, of course, it won't change as quickly as I would like it to, because that would be tomorrow. But we're going to work on it, and we're going to be consistent, and we're going to talk about how we're building this out together. So I thank you. I appreciate you. And to one more thing, because I'm in schools and I get so excited about all the stories I hear. Yesterday I was at Rock Creek Forest, and the students told me their teacher was an Olympian champion. Who, could have done a number of different things and recognized that the school needed help with support, and there she was teaching. And they were telling me, here it is, we loved, and they're telling me all the things that they love about the teacher. That happens because we did go out and say, we need help. I said it. We need help from our community. If you can teach, if you can sub, if you can do those things, let's do it. So because of that, we ended up being one of the systems, the largest system in Maryland, who, compared to others, were highlighted nationally because we made such gains in our staffing shortages. I'm not saying that to brag. I'm saying that because that is the commitment that I want to elevate for our community. You did this. And so we're going to continue to tell you what our problems are, and we're going to continue to help. And to me, that's what builds the strength in our community in Montgomery County to help us be successful. So that is my commitment to you. I look forward to us continuing to do that work. Thank you again for all that you've shared today to help bring your experiences in real life situational pieces to us so that we can respond and, most importantly, build proactive systems to address it. Thank you.
Please give me a hand.
So at this time, we're up to item number 6. I'm going to turn to Dr. McKnight. I think you've already kind of set us up.
Right.
So,
I think I started the presentation.
yes.
Early.
I'm going to give them a minute. For those that want to stay, we welcome you.
Yes.
But I'll give you a minute for those that are trying to leave. Carla.
Yes.
That was very
Yes, we have 5. I planned for 3 and then
Yes.
Is that all?
That's good? Yes.
Okay.
Wait, can I just double check one thing?
Yes.
Dr. McKnight, I'll ask you to continue with item number 6.
All right. Thank you, President Wolf. And so I want to welcome everyone to the table. This is a much anticipated conversation, anticipated beyond 2 years ago when we first made the decision to commission the anti-racist audit here in Montgomery County Public Schools. Thank you for bringing the presentation up. That image that you see there is one that we hold near and dear because every domain that you see mentioned there in that audit really shares a perspective of what we saw as very important areas that we needed to investigate and investigate deeply as a result of where we are in the school system so that we can be proactive in areas that we've heard from our students, our community, our staff, and that we've seen over time in data that continues to work against some of the progress that we want to accomplish. And so I wanted to start out bringing that forward just to remind everyone, here were the components that we wanted to dig into and investigate to make sure we better understood where we were as a system and where we need to go. Next slide. So this is one, again, that's not new to you and not new to the work that we do, and this is about how we want to align our work in Montgomery County Public Schools. There you see we have that in our board meetings we continue to bring forward an opportunity for us to align our priorities to the strategic plan, and then bringing forward the board priorities that then connect to the strategic plan, and most importantly, how then that fits into the priorities that we focus on within the system. Next slide. And so here is an overview of essentially all of the board meeting dates that we have in which we have discussed where we were going with the audit, which brings us to today, October 11th, in which we are going to be sharing the findings of our audit. I do want to thank MAEC because when we commissioned this audit, we of course didn't anticipate much of the disruption that would happen as a result of COVID-19. I've shared my sentiments with them already, but I just want to say that again, they stuck with us and recognized the importance of this work and really became very creative in ways that we would still be able to continue with the work but not compromise the actual qualitative accounts that we needed to collect from our experiences of students, community members, and staff so that we could truly investigate all of the parts of our system and how that plays into who it is that we want to become as MCPS in the future and moving forward. So again, I just want to say thank you so much for your resilience that you exhibited in your partnership with us through this audit. Next slide. So I just want to share these questions with you because they are key in terms of what's going to focus our time in the presentation today. And these are the 3 questions. How is the anti-racist system audit different from past MCPS studies and initiatives? We heard that in public comment earlier, and we knew that that would be a big part of what we wanted to share with you today so that there was not an illusion that this was going to be, I would say in the words of our late, great Pat O'Neill, not in a binder put onto a shelf. And most importantly, what have we learned or gleaned from this audit that does not tell us what we did not already know? And that's the purpose of studying. And I just want to say up front, the first thing that was very different about what we've learned in this audit is much of the why. Even in the ERS studies and others, we got to what the outcome was for students and what the process and procedures were that were impeding success and progress and access for our students, but we didn't get to the why. And that why is really important because that contributes to answering much of what I just said before we started the presentation. The inconsistencies, the lack of coherence, the lack of communication, which then makes one guess then there must be a lack of understanding of the why or what to do. So I'm looking forward to us getting to the details of that because the highlighting why we are in many places that we desire to be much further along in terms of the success of anti-racism in our school system really gets to that. The second question, how does the anti-racist system audit final report complement what we've learned from previous studies? Well, that's when they'll have an opportunity to talk about the extension of what has been shared in previous studies and what we gleaned from that. Earlier in the process of this, they did a review of data that we already had available, which actually said that their study was built off of other studies that were done before. And that was an intent to make sure we were not sharing repeated information, but elevating what have you learned before, and most importantly, maybe why that hasn't actually turned into something actionable. So that second question gets at that. And the third, what actions will MCPS take in response to the findings and recommendations to improve the experience and outcomes for children in MCPS? Well, that is why we are here. And most importantly, that's where the accountability piece comes into play that we just talked about, that must be a part of what we do, that doesn't have us rely on hope, as I would say, which was expressed earlier. Next slide. So you'll see some graphics there of much information that shares why we must do this. There you'll see accounts of many social media posts that our students have expressed sharing their experiences in their schools. What I find fascinating is, and I continue to say this, our community has to address this issue of anti-racism from the lens of this is everybody's problem. It's everybody's problem, and it's the process that we all have to fight through when it still looks fair and reasonable to us, because we actually have to look into the fabric of who we are and how we operate to identify bias. And I'm going to say that's one of the most difficult things for all of us, right? Because it doesn't jump out at you. You have to really take the time to look through and figure out how does an environment or how does an experience that one may look at as one that should work for everyone may not work. And so I think our students are our best storytellers of exactly whether those systems that we put in place are working for them or not. And based on what the slide and what we're looking at here are many accounts of our students saying to us, well, you know what, in my space, whether it may be in my classroom or in my school experience, this is not what I am experiencing. And this is what it feels like, and this is not a part of a healthy culture for me. And it should not matter if those students represent a ethnic group that represents 5% of the population of the overall school or 50% of the population of the overall school. It has to be every single individual student in the account that they feel about how the school system works to support them in their success or not. And so I want to thank them again for their honesty and coming forward and sharing. And there's a valuable lesson we can learn from our students in all of this. So while you see many of the pictures there from Instagram posts of students saying how it feels to be black at a school, well, we also see that we have Asian American students Pacific Islander students who've said, you know, we have some of the same experiences that need to be in consideration. We've had our white students come forward. Remember our students from Einstein, I think it was last year, who, you know, after there was an experience that occurred between two of our schools to say, you know, this is not acceptable to me. And I may not have been personally impacted by an experience, but I am. It may not be racially charged as it relates to me as a person, but collectively I feel that experience as a student. And every time our students come forward and share that, there's a lesson that we can continue to learn from them, which is it's not any one particular group's issue. It's all of our issues, and I think as a school system, we have to continue to look at it through that lens to say, what is my part in us being a cohesive group and building a school system that works for every single student within our system? And so I appreciate our students in us being able to celebrate their diversity and their activism and their voices to continue to put on the forefront, this is my experience, and then we then have to say, what are we going to do to change that experience and make it a meaningful one for each of them individually. And I highlight this because, you know, social media is a big way that our students communicate. It actually is a culture within itself of communication. And so how we work with them and learn from their talents and listen to them in these forums in which they can use to express themselves. Are we doing that in the most meaningful way as a bunch of adults who probably don't engage in social media as much as them? But if that's the place that they're going and expressing that, how are we aware of it? How do we know? And how do we address the things that they share with us in that forum? So all in all, I'll say that our community, we're at a point in which we have a choice to make. We have a choice to make, and we can either accept the status quo of what we've always done, and I think I've heard from all the board members say that is not acceptable to you. I've said it's not acceptable to me as a superintendent, and our community said that it is not acceptable to them. So actually, I feel like we've already made the choice, which is we have to change. We have to change as the people in the system, and we have to change the system so that it works for all the needs of our students. And so with that, I want to thank MAEC for being transparent, objective partners in this work to help us do an inward analyzation of who we are and knowing who it is that we desire to become, to help us proactively look at what is happening from a set of outside eyes and lens to help us better understand what it is that we need to do differently in Montgomery County Public Schools and that we will do differently in Montgomery County Public Schools as a result of this audit. So I want to thank you for that and for being here. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Ms. Sharon, our Chief of Strategic Initiatives, who will introduce our presenters.
Okay, next slide, please. So actually, no, it's afternoon now. Good afternoon, everybody. As Dr. McKnight said, I'm the Chief of Strategic Initiatives. I do want to introduce the team. Dr. Anthony Alston is next to me. He is our Director of the Equity Initiatives Unit. I'm also pleased to introduce our partners at MAEC, or also known as the Mid-Atlantic Equity Consortium, who are with us today. We have here Dr. Daryl Williams, who is the Associate Director for the Center of Education Equity. We have Dr. Carmen Rowland, who is the Vice President of MAEC. We have, we switched this around. We have Mariana Stepniak, who is also here from MAEC. And we have Jenny Portillo, who is our Senior Education Equity Specialist. In the audience, we have Kasia Rosinska. She might want to wave if she's back there. She's hiding. She has been our data guru throughout this analysis process. And I also would like to introduce who's virtual. This is how deep and extensive this work has been. We have Vo Ram Yoon, who is participating from his home in South Korea. It is the middle of the night there, but he has been an integral part in our data collection and analysis. So this truly has been a 24/7 endeavor across the world to get this audit actualized. Our presentation today is going to be in 3 parts. We're going to begin by setting the background and context. MAEC is going to spend the bulk of our presentation talking about the audit findings and the recommendations. And then Dr. Alston is going to talk about our next steps, which is, as you heard loud and clear at the table, as well as from our public. That's what they want to know. What is the action that is going to be taken, and where and how are we going to get there? Next slide, please. So I will say that as I was sitting in the audience and I was frantically trying to take notes on everything that I was hearing, I actually decided just to kind of throw out what I was going to say on this slide. You heard from our public and our community about the importance of this work. So I don't think I need to quote data slides for you or say how our achievement gap has been shown over time. What I would like to reflect upon, though, is some things that I have thought about as a white woman and why this is integrally important to me, and as Dr. McKnight indicated, is just as important to everybody in this room. And it is not just a problem for our people of color, but it is a problem for every person that exists in our community. And as a white woman that I know, my 10-year-old son, who's a 5th grader, is not going to have the experiences that many of his peers of color have had throughout their life. But it is incumbent upon me as an educator and a citizen in this country to stand alongside my colleagues and the communities in which I serve in order to make sure that I am being an ally and making sure that all students are served in our community. The experience that sometimes people hear as a white person is that you're going to lose something if you are supporting or uplifting somebody else. And that's not true. And I stand here to say that I believe in this work and that I support this work and that I know it's the right work because it is the work that is going to help support the success of all in our community. And it's not about the taking away of some to provide more for others. It's about the collective success of us all. And that is something that I think should unite us across racial lines, across socioeconomic lines, across unions, and across the district. Because when all of our students are successful, when all of our community feels valued, safe, heard, then we all are going to find satisfaction, and we all will find success. So this anti-racist audit, over the course of 2 years that my colleagues have worked tirelessly on, working on with us, has really been heart work. It's a labor of love. It's not just a technical report, but this is what we all truly believe in is for the benefit of all of our kids. So I say that to say one of the biggest differences with this report, as I go back to talking about what we have done in the past, we all know that we have looked at enough data to be able to see that the achievement gaps and the discrepancies, as many of you have all noted, have existed for decades. And we have done a lot of work to try to resolve that. The difference with this report, as Dr. McKnight stated, is the focus of this report was moving away from just knowing what the numbers are saying to understanding the why. Why are the experiences and the outcomes for our students so different? And why are they along racial lines? We see it across the board. That is what is different about this report. A systems level approach to this work in a way that we have never tackled before. We have tackled pieces. We have looked at different components in sections, but what we have not done as a system is take that holistic approach to seeing what do we need to shift as a system that is going to create change. I used the example yesterday in a conversation with students around the fact that I live in a 150-year-old house. And with an old house, a historic property, comes a lot of problems and a lot of headaches. And one of the things when we first moved in almost 20 years ago is we had this light switch that just wouldn't work. And we kept pulling off the outlet, and we kept flickering it, and we kept doing some things with the wires to get the light to work. And it would work. And it would work for a certain amount of time, and then all of a sudden, the light would stop working again. And then we kept doing it. We'd make a little progress, a little bit longer, happen again. And then finally, we had to call an electrician in. And the electrician came in and said, you actually have to upgrade. You're going to have a fire in your house. Your house is going to burn down if you keep trying to fix it like this. And at the end of the day, you're going to have to upgrade your entire electrical system in your house. That is the only way you're going to stop having this one outlet consistently flickering off. And if you don't take it from the lens of the entire electrical system, your house is going to burn down. And that is really the purpose of this audit. We don't want our house to burn down. We want to build upon some of the great work that we have done, which means that we are going to really have to rewire the way that we're operating. And that is what MAEC has helped us learn and discover throughout this process. Next slide, please. So to take us back, as a reminder, these are our 6 domains for our anti-racist audit that were studied by MAEC. And the reason these domains, all 6 of those domains, and by the way, they are not written up here in any priority order, even though they are numbered. We have school culture, workforce diversity, work conditions, pre-K through 12 curriculum, community relations and engagement, and equity of access. We have these 6 domains because research shows that all 6 of these areas are interconnected and have an impact on teaching and learning for both staff and students. They do not exist in isolation, which is why when this report was started and the study was started, the goal of this report was to look how all of these work together in order to achieve the outcomes that we want for all of our students every day. So that's just a reminder on where we've been and what the areas were that were studied. Next slide, please. As another reminder, one of the unique things about the anti-racist system audit study that we have engaged in is we really, and you heard this from our community today, the importance of centering our community's voice, particularly our marginalized communities who are typically have been underserved, and bringing them in and helping them craft out this audit from its inception. So we created a steering committee. You can see on the screen, there was 43 different members of our steering committee that we worked with, ranging from community groups to internal stakeholders to our associations and students, I said.
And they really worked on the implementation, the creation, the feedback, all of that to build out the anti-racist audit. This audit was not presented back in 2020 as a finished product and said, this is how we're going to do this. MAEC did not come to the table like that, but they actually took the time, as we stated previously, to learn about our system and to engage the voices of our community in building the audit. So it wasn't just, hey, we're coming in, this is the blanket information that we're going to collect, but they actually incorporated the voices. So this was a very nimble process as we were going through. Next slide, please. And as we sit today and we talk about anti-racism and we talk about an anti-racist audit, I just wanted to make sure that we took the opportunity to review the definition of what this means. How do we define this in the district? This was not a definition that was pulled out of a textbook or based on only one piece of research, but a variety of district leaders worked on doing research, creating this definition, and then working with our community, both internally and externally, on fine-tuning it and making sure that it really met the needs of what we mean by this within MCPS. So again, anti-racism is actively working to ensure racial justice by identifying, interrupting, and dismantling racist practices, policies, and attitudes that disproportionately harm communities of color. Next slide, please. These bullets, I don't typically like to read from the screen, but I am going to read these aloud. And the reason I'm going to read these aloud is that when we think about what it means to be anti-racist and what it looks like to be an anti-racist district, this is the constant state of reflection that we are referring to. Anti-racism is not an end state, but is a continuous state of reflection that we all must be in order to ensure that we are meeting the needs of the community that we serve. So when we're trying to be anti-racist, we are demonstrating an everyday commitment to critical reflection of how our beliefs, practices, and interactions contribute to inequitable outcomes by race. We acknowledge the generational harm and advantage racism has caused in the communities in which we work and live. We understand how the prioritization of dominant culture contributes to racial inequities and the permanence of racism. We identify the racial inequities in our context and collaborate with staff, students, families, and community members to address them and hold each other accountable. We disrupt and eliminate racist policies, practices, and procedures that block access, opportunity, and equitable outcomes for students, staff, and families of color. We proactively develop new practices and policies that create access, opportunity, and equitable educational, social, emotional, and health outcomes for students, staff, and families of color. So as you're hearing about the results today and thinking about the next steps that are going to be shared, we want to think of it through this lens. This is the lens with which we need to be doing all of our work because it serves as the foundation of ensuring that all students in the district are successful. Next slide, please. So this work is not just starting. As you know, MCPS has been involved in racial equity work over the course of decades. But as far as leading up to the actual report today that we are launching, we really have been strategic. The district has been strategic under the direction of Dr. McKnight to make sure that we were preparing for this report along the way. And we know a lot of times this needs to start with the leaders first in order to make sure that this gets operationalized. So over the past A&S meetings, we have worked with all administrators in school-based and central office staff on understanding what anti-racism is, what it means, and how it shows up in their work. We've talked about being an anti-racist leader. We have also talked about how do you use data to be an anti-racist leader. And the district is going to be continuing these conversations throughout the A&S meetings that we are going to be having throughout the year. Next slide, please. Also worked on preparing 5 days over the summer of exec staff training that was really focused on how we are building a team that has the relationships, the knowledge, to be able to really do this work across the system. And I can't remember who made the comment in the public comments, but this is not the work of one office. This is not the work of one person. This is the work of our district. So we all need to build our collective capacity around this. Next slide, please. So at this time, I'm actually going to have MAC is going to begin their section of the presentation and share, and I'm going to be turning it over to Dr. Darrell Williams, Associate Director, Center for Education of MAEC, to kick us off for the presentation. And I think we need to bring up the MAEC slide deck.
Thank you, Stephanie. Good afternoon, board members, Dr. McKnight, MCPS community. And I want to say hello to my colleague in South Korea, Habo. I am Dr. Darrell Williams. I am the Associate Director for the Center of Education Equity, and I want to preface that we are not just called the Center of Education Equity. We are the Region 1 Equity Assistance Center that's funded by the United States Department of Education in the Office of Civil Rights. We work with school districts and state departments of education in 13 states and 2 U.S. territories. And so our work really is broad-based, but it's also specific to this work around race, gender, sexual orientation, identification, religion, and national origin. And we do a lot of work training technical assistance, and of course our flagship is the equity audit. So thank you all very much for having our team here. I want to talk a little bit before we get into what everybody is anticipating, the findings of this audit. And indulge me for a second because I had double spine surgery back in July. And so I'm sitting here with this brace and I'm just trying to, maneuver the chair and not sit too long because it is still healing, but just work with me a little bit here. But I want to talk about the fact that the work that we've engaged in with MCPS, and I want to take your words, Stephanie, labor of love, because it truly was a labor of love. There was a vision that was brought to us by Dr. McKnight, a vision that she and this team wanted to see a system where all of the needs of every young person in this district were elevated, addressed, dealt with, provided equitable access to a great education, and that it permeated to the community, and the community would feel that as well. And that was the vision that was brought to MAEC. And so the labor of love really was the connections. This isn't just a regular audit. You've had audits before. You've had companies come in and do evaluations, collect data. What makes this so unique? The relationships that we formed. The relationship between MAEC and MCPS, where we became partners in this work. We spent numerous hours over 2 years delving into data, talking about what's important in MCPS, what are the needs, what are families and students and staff and leaders saying. And that work really pulled together some of the whys. And why was this work important to us at MAEC? And it's important to us, go to the next slide for me, please, because not only do we say we're a champion of innovation, collaboration, and equity, but we are invested. We are invested in this county. MAEC has been a part of Montgomery County for over 30 years. We are based in Bethesda, Maryland. And so we are committed to this county. There are a number of us on staff, I won't say us, who have either attended school here in Montgomery County or currently have children in Montgomery County schools. Now, I didn't have children in Montgomery County, although 2 of my children were born in Albany. But I've worked close with Montgomery County in numerous opportunities that I've had. And so our investment in this work is our commitment to MCPS that this isn't just another report. This is a report that will help elevate and amplify the issues that are important for families, for the school community, and how we can use this information to help you address the many, many comments you heard today about implementation, about next steps. And so that's our commitment to you, our investment in this work. So I just wanted to highlight that, to let you know that as you answer the questions why, understand what the why was for MAEC, because we're a part of you. Next slide. So our presentation this afternoon, we're going to contextualize this anti-racist audit. We're going to talk about the key findings, the review of the research questions that really addressed what this audit was about, present how we collected the data. We're going to highlight several key themes that emerged from our observations. Now understand, the equity audit report is a very voluminous report. And I hope that you read all, 200 and plus pages? I hope you do. Because if you read pages in isolation, you won't get it. You won't get what's important from the voices of the community, from the data of the district, from the concerns of the leaders. This is all one voice in this community that has to be amplified, has to be addressed. We're just going to highlight a few for you today, but you really do need to read this entire report and be open to what you've read. And then we'll support how you move forward with an action plan, implementation plan, issues around how you fund the work, how you prioritize this work. And then we'll be available for questions at the end. So before we hop into this anticipated report, let me again just introduce who we are. And I said, we are the Region 1, we are MAEC, we are a nonprofit. We're dedicated to equity, social justice, increasing access and educational opportunities for all students, regardless of race, culture, linguistics, gender, economic background. We work with various education stakeholders at various levels to address systemic biases and support the development, academic achievement, and the well-being of every child. And I would say that our experiences throughout these 13 states and 2 territories, the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, solidifies that we know what we're doing, we're committed to what we're doing, and you can count on us to help you follow through with what needs to be done. Just to highlight a little bit about our mission and our vision, as you can see, and I'm not going to read every one of those, but our goal is simple. It's our job, it's my job, it's the team's job, that we envision with you a day when all students have access to equitable opportunities to achieve at the highest level. At the highest level. We help you promote equity to achieve social justice. In addition to leading a system-wide audit, MAEC also provides family engagement services through our statewide Family Engagement Center for the state of Maryland and Pennsylvania. And recently, we received another opportunity to provide statewide family engagement activities in the state of Maine. So we are the statewide educational family engagement center for Maine. Okay, next. So the information we present today is a snapshot of a dynamic period between December 2020, seems so long ago, and August 2022. Dr. McKnight and Ms. Sharon and ours has already shared the context of the audit. So I'll briefly reiterate that the COVID-19 pandemic and the political climate affected the implementation of the audit, as well as the perspectives and the opinions that we heard from MCPS stakeholders. It's important to consider the unique time frame in which the audit was completed while reflecting on the long-lasting effects that it has on families and the communities. Now that I've introduced MAEC to you and the center as well, here's some considerations. So let's turn to the speaking of people who drove this audit. We're going to share with you 3 testimonials as a part of the report. We did a lot of capturing the voices of people in the community. You will see in the report that there are other testimonials from stakeholders, but we want to highlight just 3 for you right now. And you're going to hear them actually in real voices, although they are narrated by actors, just so that we protect the confidentiality of those individuals who are part of the stakeholder collection of data. So let's hear the voices of the stakeholders.
Sometimes it feels like MCPS has different expectations for Latino boys than other students. I've had several incidents through my time at MCPS where assumptions were made about my kid because we are Latino, especially relating to my family income or the language we should be communicating with. It feels like MCPS thinks that once they provide documents in Spanish, they have addressed the needs of the Latino community. We are not monoliths. It feels like there is a bias from many staff when dealing with Latino parents.
We've all been perceived as aggressive, assertive, problematic, mean, not nice, unfriendly, not a team player, all of these things that prevent us from really focusing on the work. Because we're really focusing on, am I using the right tone of voice? What's my face doing? What am I wearing? How's my hair looking? All of these things that prevent us from really being about the work. It's very disheartening. I don't bring my authentic self to my workplace. When I do, it's with people who I've had to really build trust. And that takes a lot of time when there are not a lot of other folks who look like you, who you feel you can really let it out with.
I feel that we should learn more about other racial backgrounds because we don't really learn about anything but white American backgrounds. Like in social studies, we learn a lot about white America and a tiny bit about the Native Americans at that time. I'm a white American, but I care and am interested in other cultures and would like to learn more about them. We read a few stories about other cultures in reading and writing, but only like 2, which is not enough. And I feel that it's not fair for other cultures to learn just about the common white culture and not others. And I think other people would agree with me on this.
Those are just examples of the voices here in MCPS. And as we think about what you've heard, let me just capture 3 key points of reflection. Communication. Communicating with families, not just by sending out a flyer, a letter that is translated in a particular language, but really understanding the cultural experiences of your multiple diverse communities, so that you are communicating from that perspective that you have empathy, that you have understanding, that you embrace what's important to your communities. Trust, number 2. How you're improving so that the positive relationships with students, staff, families, and communities are something that's felt naturally within the system. There's a need to eliminate the negative perceptions that people have about representative groups. And 3rd, cultural visibility. Recognizing the experiences of all cultures in MCPS, and it's reflected and embedded in teaching and learning experiences in all schools. Just think about that for a second. So when you set out to do this call for proposal back in September, October of 2020, you identified 6 domains that Stephanie and Dr. McKnight highlighted. And what we're going to do is just kind of give you just briefly what these domains were in terms of how it drove our research. So there are some specific research questions that help shape the direction of data collection and findings in this report. And so for the first domain of culture, we examine how MCPS creates equitable and anti-racist cultures. And if you are proactive in teaching students and staff about the harm of racism and hate bias. We examine workforce diversity, whether or not MCPS hires quality, expertise, and diversity in all areas at the school district. The third domain, work conditions, we examined if every work environment acknowledges and addresses the complexities around race, diversity, and inclusion. For domain 4, we reviewed how MCPS's pre-K-12 curriculum strengthens students' sense of racial, ethnic, and tribal identities, how it supports their understandings and resisting of systems of oppression, and empowers students to see themselves as change agents. For domain number 5, we examine community relations and engagement, whether or not MCPS effectively engages and works with all communities. And for domain number 6, equity of access, we examine this through systemic barriers to student success. Now, the 6th domain was originally called All-In Equity and Achievement Framework. But in our collaboration together, MCPS and MAEC, the name was changed to Equity of Access to better account for the various systemic barriers to achievement unearthed by data collection. The audit was unique in its approach. Rather than looking at one area of MCPS, we took a holistic view at the entire system and how that was affected by race. Our next part of our presentation will be led by Dr. Carmen Rowland.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Good afternoon. My name is Carmen Rowland, and I am the Vice President of the Mid-Atlantic Equity Consortium. I'd just like to share that I am also a parent of 2 elementary school students, a 10-year-old and a 7-year-old in Montgomery County, and this audit is very important to me, my community, and of course the actions have impact on my children's future in the county. So to gather data for the MCPS anti-racist system audit, MAEC took a mixed methods approach utilizing both qualitative and quantitative data collection and analyses. Our approach is also co-constructed and culturally responsive, seeking to include the voices of stakeholders who represent racial, ethnic, linguistic, and socioeconomic diversity. Earlier today, Ms. Sharon shared that the steering committee was instrumental in providing guidance on key aspects of the audit, including data collection instruments and the data collection process. MAEC's co-constructed approach puts stakeholders in the driver's seat, leading the work where our role is to support them and help create solutions that meet their needs. Every component of our data collection was co-constructed, and the steering committee was the driving force for this process. MAEC conducted 5 data collections gathering qualitative and quantitative data. This slide includes icons with each data collection. Please keep these icons in mind as we move through the presentation. First, we conducted a document review. Next, we administered MAEC's equity audit tool to instructional leadership teams and departments within the central offices to examine MCPS's policies, programs, and practices. The equity audit tool is a research-based assessment that MAEC developed and used with districts across the country to self-evaluate their practices. After administering the MAEC audit tool, we collaborated with the steering committee to co-develop stakeholder surveys, which we administered to students, staff, and families. We held community conversations with members of the NAACP Parents Council, the Latino Student Achievement Action Group, and the Chinese American Parent Association of Montgomery County. Finally, we conducted focus groups and interviews with students, families, and staff members. It's important to gather and consider data from multiple perspectives in order to mitigate potential bias, which is why MAEC utilized not one, not two, but 5 methods of collecting data. By gathering and analyzing quantitative and qualitative data together, we were able to see broader patterns and gain a comprehensive understanding of the experiences of community members. We'd like to highlight and go further to describe the document review, because the information we learned from this data collection informed everything that came after it. From December 2020 to April 2021, we conducted a review of 17 documents identified by MCPS that contained key information relevant to the anti-racist system audit. Working in pairs, MAEC staff members reviewed and scored the documents using an internally developed rubric. This slide lists each document that MAEC reviewed at this stage. As you see here, the documents include the All-In Equity and Achievement Framework and other policies, studies, curriculum frameworks, and survey results. This infographic is a representation of the audit methodology. In total, MAEC engaged over 130,000 MCPS stakeholders across all data collections between December 2020 and June 2022. I'll say that again, over 130,000 stakeholders participated in this equity audit. That represents students, family members, community members, teachers, support staff, and school and district administrators. This number includes 236 focus group attendees, representing 96 schools across the district, over 2,400 school-based and 84 district central office staff who completed the equity audit tool, and over 126,000 stakeholder survey responses.
Okay, at this time, we're going to go into recess. While the agenda does call for a 50-minute recess, we're going to take 30 minutes, and we should return at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome back. At this time, I'm going to ask Stephanie, you want to continue? Do you all want to continue?
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Board of Education, we're going to now continue our presentation with observations and findings, and I believe Ms. Rowland, Dr. Rowland, is going to be continuing.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to move right into our observations and findings. In analyzing the data we gathered, MAEC identified 26 observations across the 6 domains. These observations speak to how staff, students, and families are affected by MCPS systems, practices, and policies through the lens of equity. These observations are contained in the full report, which was shared with the district. Next. However, for today's conversation, we synthesized our observations into 3 overarching themes found across the audit. Theme 1 is that MCPS already follows many identified best practices and has comprehensive policies towards racial equity. However, those policies and practices are not always implemented with fidelity. And moreover, across the district, experiences of community members vary depending on their race and ethnicity. The first thing we identified is that MCPS already follows many identified best practices and has comprehensive policies towards racial equity. There were a total of 5 different observations from across the domains that spoke to the important role that racial and ethnic equity played across MCPS. Today, I will focus on an observation from Domain 1 regarding school culture. In this observation, we found that MCPS states an explicit commitment towards creating a welcoming school environment. Most stakeholders rate school culture as high, but there are differences in how students, staff, and family members experience school culture based on race and ethnicity. So let's unpack that a little further. Across the 17 documents we reviewed, we consistently saw that MCPS is explicit in creating a welcoming school culture. This is articulated in the strategic plan and staff professional to growth systems, for example. Furthermore, across all stakeholder surveys, students, staff, and family members rated items about school culture as high. In the table shared on the screen, you see we asked if students feel like they belong in school. The majority, over 70% of both elementary school and high school students agreed. That said, there were considerable numbers that disagreed. In total, close to 8,000 students who answered our survey disagreed, and another 8,000 said they did not know how to answer this question. When we disaggregated this data by race, we found that the students who were more likely to disagree were students of color. We then looked at the equity audit to see how instructional leadership teams rated their school's performance on different aspects of school culture. Again, we found the majority of teams rated their school high. On the highlighted question, the interactions of school staff with each other, students, families, and community members convey a culture of respect for people regardless of race and ethnicity, you see that most teams rated their school as established or advanced. However, when you dig deeper into the data, you will notice that 45 schools rated themselves low on this question. The instructional leadership teams for these schools believed their school didn't have an established process to interacting with school staff with other stakeholders. For the majority of stakeholders, things seem good. However, this is not true for all stakeholders across the county. We saw this same pattern in focus groups, with some students saying their school was doing a great job, while others expressed experiencing a negative school climate when it came to race. Let's take some time to listen to 2 quotes from students.
My school does talk a lot about it and talk about how everybody should be treated equally and different ways that you should treat others, because they do prioritize this idea that you can't judge someone. And I find that very helpful, because there are people that just don't understand each other that well.
In my school, personally, there are so many Instagram accounts that are specifically reserved to actually making racist comments, and I've had to experience that.
The dichotomy we started exploring in the previous theme leads us to our second theme. While MCPS has many great policies and employs many best practices, they are not consistently implemented across the system. This leads us to say that the current system is fragmented. There were 9 observations across all domains that aligned to this theme. Since under our last theme, we highlighted an observation related to student experiences, here we will focus on staff experiences by honing in on observation 3.3. Staff members express uncertainty that school administration and/or the district address reports about bullying, discrimination, or harassment. For this finding, we found that the Respect Compact clearly articulates MCPS's culture of respect. Though we notice the document doesn't specifically identify pathways for staff to report race-based harassment, it nonetheless is a very powerful document that supports MCPS following best practices. However, though MCPS clearly states its commitment to respect, again, when we explored the data, we found that staff across the system report varied experiences. When looking at the question, at my school or in my workplace, reports about bullying, discrimination, or harassment related to skin color, race, ethnicity, or culture between or among staff, colleagues, or supervisors are addressed by school administrators. Staff express lack of knowledge or concern about follow-through. Slightly more than half of district administrators and a little over 1/3 of support staff and teachers said they are unsure if reports about bullying are addressed. This suggests existing policies are either not implemented or not clearly explained to all staff members, leading to differences in perceptions and experiences. While we highlight staff experience here, we want to stress that students and families expressed a similar sentiment. They also perceive their complaints related to race-based bullying or discrimination often go unaddressed. You can read more about their experiences under Observation 2.2 in our report. To close out Theme 2, we wanted to share a quote that is representative of what we heard from Black and/or African American staff members.
You can file a grievance, but you best believe you're probably going to be blacklisted because of it, and I have seen it. Whenever things happen to me, I don't make complaints, I don't file complaints. I have seen Black people make complaints about racist treatment, and they have been blocked and they have been harassed through the evaluation process. You don't do it. For those who do, if you're trying to move up or do something else, or you notice you can't do it or you can't move up, that's the reason.
All of this leads to our third theme. As a result of a fragmented system, community members of color had consistently lower rates of satisfaction with MCPS. In many instances, these differences were not big, however, they were consistent and in all domains we examined. In our audit, community members of color identified many barriers that prevented them from having equitable experiences. This theme emerged in 10 observations across all domains of the audit. We will focus on observation 6.4, which states that many members of the MCPS community perceive students of color are not provided equitable opportunities to enroll in rigorous courses that prepare them to be college and/or career ready. In the document review, we found students of color, particularly Black and Hispanic students, are underrepresented in rigorous and advanced courses. They are less likely to be enrolled in most advanced math offerings and least likely to be enrolled in advanced placement or international baccalaureate courses. When we drilled down on this further, in the stakeholder survey, we found that students of color were more likely to agree with the statement, "I have experienced difficulty enrolling into the honors and advanced classes I want." They were also more likely to agree with the statement, "I have had difficulty enrolling into the AP IB courses that I want." In focus groups, community members identified various root causes that prevented racially and ethnically diverse learners from accessing rigorous and advanced courses. Many stakeholders, for example, perceived teacher bias from a largely white workforce as a barrier to access. We heard of similar systemic barriers across all domains. MCPS's current tagline is expanding opportunity and unleashing potential. We found that in our audit that this is something that MCPS cannot do until the differences in the day-to-day experiences of community members of color caused by systemic barriers and fragmentation are addressed. As we move to our recommendations, and I pass it on to my colleague Jenny Portillo, I'll leave you with a quote from a parent discussing how she felt when she perceived her child was prevented access to a program. This quote will be played in Spanish, and you may read the translation on the slide.
Voy a contarles lo que pasó con mi hijo cuando él estaba en quinto grado. Recuerdo que había unos compañeros de él. Había 2 blancos y una niña chinita. A ellos los pasaban a una clase avanzada. Mi hijo iba siempre con buenas calificaciones. Él es nacido acá, pero por el hecho de ser latino no podía estar en esa clase. Eso pasó hace pocos años porque él ahora está en 7º grado. Yo como madre me sentí bien frustrada. Mi inglés no es muy bueno, pero me dolió el corazón saber que mi hijo estaba a la altura de esos niños y a él no me lo pusieron en ese programa.
Once again, I'm Jenny Portillo, Senior Education Equity Specialist with the Mid-Atlantic Equity Consortium, and I'll be taking you through our recommendations.
We offered 23 recommendations in addition to 5 cross-domain recommendations. The cross-domain recommendations really offer a framework for larger systemic impact. As Ms. Sharon noted, this audit was system-wide because so many different parts of the system are interrelated. Later on, we'll go over the matrix that we created to make it more accessible to see which recommendations align with which observations. But what I want to highlight is that there is no one recommendation that only applies to one observation. What we really were going after was cross-domain, cross-systemic impact with this set of recommendations. The second tier of recommendations are more domain specific, and they'll focus on a particular area of the MCPS system. But what we want to be clear about is that these are not separate from the framework. They offer ways to operationalize the framework I'm about to go over. All right. And Dr. Joftis, I want to acknowledge that you brought up coherence in the commentary, and so I'll be addressing that first. So we do want to acknowledge, as we previously said, that we know MCPS is doing quite a bit to make racial equity a priority within the district. So this recommendation around coherence is really about having a clear and unified strategy rather than disjointed initiatives or programs only in one area of the system, whether that's the revision of curriculum that's happening in history or whether it's efforts around human resources and diversification of the teacher workforce. What I want to be clear about, though, is that what racial equity offers us and what anti-racism offers us is a lens through which to look at all of the work that the district is doing. Because I heard you, Dr. Jofta, saying that there's a concern around how do we make this work move forward without derailing or setting aside any of the other things we're doing. But what I would contend is that coherence is really about understanding that equity, it becomes a central lens through which you look at all of the work that's happening across the system. So it's not an additive or peripheral sort of focus. It needs to be centralized or it will not move forward. The second piece I want to be clear about is that the district definition of anti-racism was the North Star that really guided this framework of cross-domain recommendations I'm about to go over. So we do offer that as a framework, and I want to make sure that we're being really clear about that. So what we're recommending is, again, the creation of a unified strategy that brings all of these initiatives that have been happening and any new strategies to work in collaboration and tandem with one another. The other key element of this strategy is ensuring that there is co-construction with the community. This cannot be a strategy that just comes out of the individuals in this room. It must incorporate the voices that you've been hearing throughout the presentation if we expect to build on that trust and that transparency that you heard from so many stakeholders is severely lacking at this time. When we talk about accountability for racial equity work, we understand that MCPS has taken on great efforts to be transparent, specifically around achievement data, whether it's through the equity accountability model and the data dashboards or other efforts that have been made to be transparent. And that's what's legally required of us, right, since the No Child Left Behind era. What we're recommending is that you bring that same level of transparency to data related to racial equity outside of achievement. One example of this could be increasing the degree of transparency around things like disproportionality and discipline data. This is data that currently is not as easily publicly accessible unless someone goes looking for it. And so when you increase the degree of transparency across different measures beyond student achievement, you're able to create a greater degree of transparency. Another element would be making sure that we're being clear about what efforts is the district implementing right now around hiring, retention. We know that there's been an effort to create Grow Your Own programs and partnering with minority-serving institutions and historically Black colleges and universities, but information is not trickling down to community members, so they're not aware that these things are happening. The more that you put that information disclosure out, the greater the public accountability for racial equity work will be. The next cross-domain recommendation, or this framework that we're offering you to guide the other recommendations we offer, is this idea of equity-centered capacity building. It was very clear to us in all of the work that we did that there is a great commitment to professional learning within this district, which as a former educator I commend you for, because that's not something that I always received as a teacher myself. What we're pushing for, though, is that rather than having the current equity work or in professional learning that's being spearheaded by the Equity Initiatives Unit, that there be instead a systematic approach and a scaffolded and progressive learning arc related to racial equity development, so that we're not having disjointed sessions on implicit bias or incorporating culturally responsive practices, but instead that there's, again, this progressive sort of professional learning curriculum that will allow staff members at different levels of operation in the district to really understand how they can operationalize equity both at a personal level in their own understanding of their equity journey, as well as understanding the different ways in which this will come up in their work. When we're talking about continuous data collection, one of the things that we really want to hone in on is the importance of interim data collections. We understand that MCPS in its current strategic plan offers many summative data points that will come at the end of each year. There are baselines established and goal sets, which is great. But what we are advocating for in our recommendations is that you add to this effort by having interim data points that happen more frequently throughout the year, which will also create a greater degree of communication and transparency with families and community members. This would really create what in the research in the field is called the plan, do, study, act cycle, which again, you implement a plan, you actually implement a portion of it, whether it's a pilot or a full-fledged systemic approach, and then you study what's going on, collect the data, and once you learn from that, you implement again. And this is a continuous improvement cycle with, again, a specific focus on racial equity work. I'm sure that for those of you which is everyone in this room that are familiar with continuous improvement around academics, this is exactly what we do. So what we're advocating for is growing on that effort when it comes to racial equity. The last piece, which again touches on what many folks shared here when we started the testimony period, is the importance and the need for relational trust. Often relational trust is treated as something that's sort of a soft skill that happens through informal interactions, but relational trust really speaks to the ability of different parties within a system to depend on one another and to rely on each other to reach shared outcomes. And that doesn't happen just through informal touch points. It does require systemic methodology to communicate a sense of respect, personal regard, which really means going above and beyond your defined role to support others. The idea of integrity, which is you say what you do and you do what you say, and this other idea of competence, that we communicate that within our roles we know what we're doing and we execute those in a competent way. That is how you build concrete relational trust that is critical for systemic improvement, specifically around racial equity, and specifically in a system that quite frankly sounds like it's hurting and needs that healing that will come only through that systemic approach. So what I offer you here is what I referred to earlier is our matrix of recommendations. As you'll see here, every recommendation touches on at least one, at least more than one observation area. And what that highlights, as we said earlier, is the fact that this work is all integrated, which is why we needed to do a system-wide approach whether we were looking at curriculum, workforce diversity, or even access to financial and concrete resources. So this is in our report, and I stress that you take a look at this to see, because there might be a question of, well, what do we do, right? I still feel like there's not enough concrete action to do. What this shows you is that there's no one magic bullet that will solve this problem, and instead it's going to require, again, that cross-departmental effort that everyone has been referring to throughout today's conversation. What we'll be moving into now are this more specific recommendations that you'll notice fall again under that framework of the cross-domain recommendations. And what I want to stress is that the idea is not to have all of these things happening at once, because as of what was said earlier was if everything's a priority, nothing is. This is staged, scaffolded work that builds on one another, and it should be building off of what you've already done. It's aligned with the themes and the observations we highlighted, and they offer specific strategies to operationalize the framework. To touch on this idea of relational trust especially, one of the concrete action steps that we recommend is engaging in meaningful two-way communication with families in languages that they can understand and access. And this does not just apply to our non-English speaking communities or English as a second language communities. Even English speakers cannot always access the terminology, the wording that is used when talking about education. We often use jargon that is unfamiliar or cite policies that are not familiar to parents. So when we talk about access, we do not mean mere translation. We mean bringing conversations down to the level that families and parents will understand and will also address the concerns that they have for their children. This is really critical, but not only that we communicate, but that we are willing to accept communication back. One of the things that happened in the focus groups, which I was one of the facilitators for, is that families thanked us for offering them a forum through which they could make their experiences related to race known. This is something we stress MCPS should continue doing and develop a system or a process for so that families, students, staff can continuously communicate what their experiences around racial equity are truly like. We also need to diversify the way in which we reach out to families for dialogue, whether that's reaching out through social media, one-on-one conversations, literature, videos. We need to think creatively because we are no longer, again, as was said earlier, in a space where a flyer in a different language or even in English is sufficient to truly engage and involve families. We also want, and I really stress this as a first-generation American student in this country whose parents had no knowledge of the American school system, we really need to strengthen and build family and community capacity to understand how the school system works. Many parents, even if they were educated in this country, don't actually understand critical processes like the special education referral and IEP process, what their rights are when it comes to advocating for their students who are non-native English speakers. These are things that as a school system, we can build capacity for families so that then they can truly engage in the full life of the school. So it's not just about translation and interpretation. It's truly about building capacity. The next recommendation we have is around strengthening pipelines to prepare, recruit, hire, and retain diverse teachers and leaders. It's helpful to think about this almost as an employee life cycle from start to exit, right? And so we understand that this has been a high priority for the district, especially in light of the national teaching shortages that there have been. And we want to build on that effort. And many of our recommendations, however, are specifically geared towards the recruitment, hiring, and retention of staff of racially and ethnically diverse backgrounds. We offer various short-term and long-term strategies around this. So, for example, we think that it's really important that staff of color and administrators of color be a part of hiring committees because it communicates a commitment to the work and can also offer an honest picture of who you are as a district. Another would be to provide ongoing preparation for teaching licensure exams and basic skills examinations, which are currently a big barrier to accessing teaching credentials specifically for Black, African American, and Hispanic or Latino teaching candidates. Some of the long-term strategies that we offer is the support and development of and certification of internal staff. We're talking about our teacher aides, our paraprofessionals, and creating programs where we build their internal capacity because they already know the district. They can speak to the context. So let's further equip them with the certification and licensure they need to really fully engage with our students within the MCPS system. The last specific recommendation I'll go over is this need for creating clear and mandated pathways for professional learning opportunities related to racial equity with a specific focus on cultural competence. One thing I want to note that I haven't said is many of these recommendations are not just coming from us. They're things that we heard folks say in surveys, in focus groups. So these are things that people are calling for. And within the testimony, I noticed that in that folks are already recommending things that are essentially grow your own programs and other things of that nature. So you have a commitment within the district to do this work. When we say mandated, it's because if there is an opt-out function, there continue to be gaps in implementation to fidelity. And so we really stress the importance of mandating, but again, also ensuring that there is a clear and logical pathway for professional learning related to racial equity. With that, we understand that there's now going to be a discussion period, but we truly want to thank you for your time, your commitment to this work, and for allowing us to share what we've learned from your community. And we truly do hope that we can continue forward in partnership with you all to really do right by students and staff and families of this district. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a lot to digest. Really great work. When I say hi to my friend Carmen, how are you? I'm going to start out by asking you a question. And this is a question I've been asking for 4 years, so I don't expect you to have an answer. But clear, mandated professional learning. We have been doing professional learning in cultural competency, or so we thought, for so many years. How do you propose that we change hearts and minds?
I guess the best way to approach this would be to... sorry, I keep forgetting about that. I'm also just a loud person, so...
Yeah, we could...
When we refer to professional learning, we don't just mean PD sessions. This is not something you can PD your way through. And as an educator, what I learned is that I needed ongoing support because a professional learning session is usually just scratching at the surface. So what happens after? Within the recommendations of the report, what we offer is a continuing support arc that involves, for example, equity coaching, which is something we've seen in other districts in the country, where there is a person that is responsible for helping and giving you feedback, observation, and continuing support when it comes to the implementation of what you learn in a PD session. So from what I understand, some of that is starting to happen, but a lot of it is opt-in. And so what we're stressing is the importance of allotting both the resources in terms of staff and funds, et cetera, for this to become something that is available to everyone in terms of implementation and getting that continuous feedback.
You know, I was a manager for a long time, and I know that you can give a lot of professional development, you can mandate it, but there's always going to be somebody that's not receptive to it. So where in here is action at that level?
When we talk about the types of professional learning that need to happen, we stress the need to help develop folks at a personal level in terms of them understanding their racial identity, their interactions across lines of difference, as well as the systemic piece. Personally, I've experienced both, where all we talked about was sort of the feelings and building our own awareness, but we never talked about where that showed up in our work. Or I was all in the work of systems and everything else, but to your point, there were folks resistant because they hadn't done the individual work. So within the report, what we offer, again, within that professional learning arc, is the importance of having this bifurcated approach that will both address the individual needs of each teacher, staff member, administrator, where they are in their individual equity journey, and provide the systemic work of what does this look like, sound like, feel like within your particular role at MCPS.
So where does evaluation come into play with that?
So that would involve then that accountability piece, where teacher evaluations is something we didn't touch because we understand that that's something that's very internal to each district and there are metrics that you need to meet. But it's important that that's be something that is considered. How do we incorporate that into evaluations, whether it's at the school leader level or at the level of staff members as well?
And see, and you said just what I've been saying for 4 years, but I haven't quite seen that take off. And I think that that is the key. At this time, I'll take comments from my fellow board members.
Thank you.
Dr. Joff.
Thank you. Thank you for this work. Yeah, so I'm just going to go a little deeper dive in what I was talking about earlier during public testimony time. So I appreciate very much your sort of recognition of the importance of coherence. I'm wondering, I don't know, when I first read the report, my first reaction was that the treatment of coherence wasn't super coherent, right? Like it's sort of a standalone recommendation that's not based on a lot of the really good findings. And let me iterate, there's a lot of really, really good findings in here, and it's really, really important work. But what I'm trying to get at is, I think Brenda was sort of Ms. Wolf was sort of touching on this as well, is how do we do this at a systemic level? And my feeling on that is the coherence piece. So could you all talk a little bit more about the recommendation? So I get incorporating it with the with the strategic plan. Can you say a little bit more about this theory of change? I have a pretty clear understanding of what I think of, but I'm curious to hear how you all think about that, and how you might recommend that we can infuse that to make it this change systemic and structural.
Sure, absolutely. What I'd like to stress is that many of the domains that were a part of this audit are key levers to push on. Workforce diversity and HR is a lever. Finance and equity of access of resources is a lever to push on. The theory of change would really treat this as, if we push on these levers, then this is the outcome that we're expecting to get, right? MCPS seems to be getting at this critical vision of what excellent instruction with a lens in racial equity looks like. So what's missing is the if part, right? If we push on these levers and have clear and specific strategies, which is why we offered sort of that cross-domain framework and then the different pieces for how to operationalize it within that.
Okay. I guess what I'm wrestling with, though, again, is I'm taking the perspective of Ms. Sharon and Dr. McKnight and other administrators who need to bring us an action plan, working with the community, and I'm still struggling with the direction that I guess that you're recommending. I hear you that there's a lot of stuff. It's not a silver bullet. It's not a one size fits all. I mentioned earlier, in my view, community schools and MTSS and other really important things that we're putting in place are critical drivers of equity and great ways to promote anti-racism. And I get that you were approaching this from, trying to think of the best way to say this, but that you're approaching this from sort of getting that perspective of students and staff and families of their perception of these different things. But I guess what I'm trying to get at is, how do we convert that into a set of core practices or strategies wrapped around evaluation, or being wrapped around with evaluation, performance management, whatever you want to call it, in a way that's going to move the needle incrementally. We're not expecting transformative change in a year or two, but that we're seeing that progress. And I guess I need to see how it connects to some of these core boulders or rocks that the district is already engaged in, so that it doesn't feel like we're overlaying, however many new recommendations, that it doesn't feel like, oh, here's more things that I need to do as a teacher or as a principal.
And that's a valid concern. I feel like teachers and administrators are always suffering from that fatigue, that program fatigue, right? We're always getting a whole nother program, another curriculum, et cetera. So I definitely appreciate that concern. I would push against the idea of incrementalism. Some of the reasons that we offered these cross-domain recommendations and the recommendations that are more specific that still touch on multiple things is because we're trying to push against just the baby steps that don't feel very impactful, right? We tried to offer the recommendations that would give you the most bang for your buck, as it were. The other piece that I would say
Can I pause you right there? Mm-hmm. So where have you seen that happen? In other words, where have you seen that sort of transformative change in a really short period of time?
So when I say not, I don't mean like short period of time as you're going to see something in a day or two, but even in the course of a year, if you, for example, have just revamped your family engagement policy with a greater shift on not just involving families, but truly engaging them, what you would hope to see within the span of a year are those increases in metrics that you cite in your strategic plan of greater participation, greater dialogue. So that's what I mean in terms of a short time turnaround, is that you're not going to see over a course of multiple years and seeing year over year, but within a year, you're starting to meet your own metrics.
And so I understand you're working in, is it 13 states?
13 states and
Okay.
2 territories, yes.
And so where among those 13 states have you seen that kind of transformative change?
Would you like to? Yeah, we can touch on some of the examples. Yep.
Great.
So in one of our districts that we've worked with in Delaware, Christina School District, we worked with them to identify and kind of break apart disaggregated discipline data. And we helped them implement a culturally responsive, positive behavioral intervention and supports PBIS system. And the district, with working with us and our partners, identified a new data system to track discipline data. They also, the board adopted a new student code of conduct. And as a result of the 3-year transformation initiative, the district witnessed a 16% decrease in in-school suspension, 23% decrease in discipline referrals, and sustainability accelerated at a 50% downward trend in out-of-school suspensions. And so I think what Jenny, to try to connect what you're asking and what Jenny is saying, that we offered a comprehensive strategy in terms of our the cross-domain recommendations, and we within that also offered several places to start to shift and transform, right, the system. But it also needs to connect with the district's action plan and what you all want to do with the community is engaged. We can go to another example as well in Pennsylvania. With Pennsylvania, they reached out to us because they were having issues in terms of implicit bias and racism from administrators to students and families. And so we worked with them to institute Educator Equity Leadership Program, where we provided monthly training around equity to core, to district equity leaders in their schools and across their guidance counselors. And then we work with them to train their counterparts, their colleagues within their schools. So we did a train-the-trainer model over 2 years, and that model has reached over 450 plus teachers and leaders, as well as parents and community members. As a result of that, the district witnessed greater access for middle school students to participate in pre-AP courses. High school students of color enrolled in AP courses increased by 37% in 9th and 10th grade, and the graduation rate increased from 88% to 95%. And those, I should say, those trainings started with identity work. Who are you? What do you bring into the classroom? What do you bring into the district? And then we went into several areas of equity in terms of racial identity, gender identity, sexual orientation, and the district also created a number of policies to help with implementation of their equity and culturally responsive practices. And so I think what we're trying to say is this work is not we give you the and I know you know this, we give you recommendations and tomorrow they're in place.
No, and I fully appreciate that. I really do, and I don't mean to, I'm just trying to push to make sure that we're all thinking about this in a very coherent and integrated way. But this is a really helpful example because this is a very narrow indicator, right? So in effect, it's not, I mean, it's great. We're moving something in the direction we want it to be, but when I'm thinking transformative, I'm thinking, you know, sort of across the board change, and the couple of examples that you gave, which were really helpful, were pretty narrowly defined indicators of improvement. And that's, I think, what I'm saying is that what I hope we get out of this is that we need to take a similar approach, and the folks who testified earlier, this idea about, I forget what the phrase is again, but that we need to measure that change. We need to identify 3 to 5 things and really work to move the needle and not think, and I think that was just a difference of vocabulary that we were using, but not thinking that we can defeat racism in a next year or two. And that's what I meant by we can't be transformative. We need to move the needle on some select areas, measure that progress, report it, work with our communities to make sure that they are feeling that this change is meaningful to them, and then continue to expand on that work. So thank you.
Definitely. The only other thing I would say to that, though, is that it also depends on how you're seeing who is responsible for this, right? Because what I'm hearing from all of you, and we also recognize that this is cross-departmental work and everyone is responsible. So if you're enrolling the different participants from across the system and each of them working on their entry point through that coherent approach, the idea would be is that you are going to see change across system, because it's not just you all responsible for this, right? And it's not going to be just one leader within a department. So the question also becomes in dissemination of this plan, and how do we give ownership of this to the folks at all the different district departments. The last thing I'll say, and to your point around layering, because I don't think we've properly addressed this, is that when we were crafting the recommendations, we were very much guided by what the community called for, but we did also do a very thorough read of the current strategic plan for 2022 to 2025 to ensure that we were working in alignment with that. And what we noted throughout the report is this is something that's already in your plan. This is another layer to add to it, or a way to extend what's there, or to make the metrics more specific, because in some cases they might have been a bit vague. So we really were trying to take this approach of not giving you something that exists in addition over here, but really making it something that can be incorporated throughout your existing strategic plan, which again does try to center racial equity in many different ways.
Thank you. Ms. Harris.
Yeah, thank you. And I knew Dr. Joftis was going to pick right up on that theory of change, theory of action, because he's been driving that train with us since he came on board with his very cohesive thought processes about how we have a through line between every dollar we spend and every outcome we hope to achieve and how we measure it along the way. I had a question going back to earlier in the presentation, and I may have misheard, but when you were looking at the equity audit, I think you said, or did you say, I guess is a better question, that 45 schools, when you disaggregated the data, 45 schools rated themselves low on that equity audit. And so what I'm interested in seeing, if the information you're providing us as a system, is whether we can look at and find trends. You know, are the schools where the staff, rated the school low, or those the same school communities where we see higher numbers of students and families say they feel disconnected, they don't feel well served? And then also, do we see a trend through a cluster? A high school, middle school, and elementary school. Are there trends like that that can help us sort of see what we have to learn there? And then similarly with schools, communities and schools that self-identified as, doing well on those measures. Do we see what we have, some things that we have to learn there, because it could be helping us as we look in very sort of inclusive teams, or in very inclusive ways to identify really cogent steps forward, those key levers that are going to move us. And because, looking at the report, there are oftentimes you would identify, well, you're already doing this or you have this on paper, but it's not filtering down. The staff, the students, the families don't understand or don't know that this is happening. So anyway, that may be a very...
Hi. So we actually spend a lot of times looking for patterns and trends. Okay. And obviously, it's already a 200-page report.
Yes.
So, so there's a lot of appendices that go into some of the things that you're asking for. But specifically to your question, when we aggregated the data from the equity audit tool to look at trends, what we noticed is that schools that tended to rate themselves the lowest with the least consistency around all of the things we were looking at were high schools. And what's interesting too is we did notice differences in diverse elementary schools that tended to cater more to diverse communities. And this is a common pattern that we saw across all data. There is a lot of segregation within your elementary schools, especially right now. So, and that is makes it really hard to look at your data to try to identify trends, because there's only so much we can look at. There's a lot of things about the different communities, especially in your elementary school level right now, that it's really hard to say, is this an experience of race or is this an experience of your community right now? And this is something we noticed consistently throughout your data, especially for elementary schools. And I think that's something that was really what you were trying to address by the boundary analysis, that there are, whereas middle school seems to be the place where things get better for students in a sense, in elementary schools, even when we were trying to disaggregate the data for the individual schools reports, is where we saw, 80% students are African American in this school. And so it's really even hard to look at the data for the other schools, because there sometimes are 1 or 2 or 3 kids of different races, especially for the Middle Eastern group, which we looked at, and for the Pacific Islander group, where they're across the whole system. Those kids, there's few of them, and it's really hard to look at their data through quantitative means because they're so spread out throughout the system.
All right, okay, so good that we can start picking apart some of this stuff. And then just a question I had as I was reading the report. And for most of the metrics and things that you looked at, we were rated as either latent or emerging, so work to do. But wondering, in your work, are there things that we can learn if kind of benchmarking ourselves against other systems? Or is this the kind of work that you would say, you know what, you need to do what you need to do here?
I think it's the second one, definitely. And I think that that's something, MCPS is an amazing opportunity to really be the national leader in this type of work, because you have the most engaged community that we have really, we do this work all the time. We have never, and this is us coming into this work, when we were planning for this work, we were planning for maybe 10,000 surveys. We got 126,000 surveys. Everybody was engaged in this. I really commend Dr. McKnight to making this be a priority for all students. Normally students don't get to participate in surveys like this because it isn't something that's done during school time. And for students to really, for you as a district to say, we're going to administer this against all of the pressure that was happening at the time, to really give every student a voice, because I think just through this data set, there is national level data right now about how a system of this size is experiencing this, across 6 domains. So I think you are the pioneers of this work nationally right now, and there's going to be other people looking to you for this, because it is a very impressive challenge that you have taken under. So you can't look at anybody else. You're writing the book on this.
Awesome. Awesome. Great. Yeah, and shout out to the community. You're right. We know we have a very engaged community, and they tell, we don't know what we don't know, and they're the ones who fill in that gap for us. So thank you. All right. Let's go.
Ms.
Get it
Ms.
done.
Mandrowski.
Yes, thank you all very much for the work you've done here. This is incredible. And I too am so thrilled with the amount of responses and the, incredible amount of efforts that you all went to make sure that we had representation of all different groups and stakeholders. And it's not often easy here getting people to respond, so I really think it's fabulous how much of a response we've had. My question, I have a couple questions, but they're sort of all under one umbrella, and it's basically about accountability and measuring success. And is this only about climate surveys, which are incredibly important, and retention? The hope is this will help with retention and all that kind of stuff. But I'm curious as to what you see or what you've seen in terms of academic, positive academic outcomes, an increase in them, and this work, how it may or may not narrow gaps, and what our expectations should be. And then, everyone said, so there's implementation and then there's accountability, and with accountability there needs to be measurement. So kind of how you see us moving forward in terms of, as I was looking through the slides and stuff, I understand that you're reevaluating the equity and achievement framework as it relates to schools and classrooms and things like that. And there's decisions, but as a board, we really look at system level accountability, and I didn't necessarily feel like I saw that as part of the considerations here necessarily. And I do in this summary, or the memo, whatever we call it, one of the things that stood out to me was about some of the community concerns, or concerns that were expressed essentially. One of them, a lack of accountability for taking action and no consequences for inaction. I feel like all of the concerns about barriers I've seen, I can relate to, I understand and appreciate, but how do we address them if I don't know how to measure something like this?
So team, I'll start and then you all chime in. Okay, there we go. So I'll start and then you all please chime in. The first thing I'll say is that with anything with equity work, I'm an educational psychologist by trade. So if kids don't feel safe, as we heard in the testimony today, they're not learning, right? If we don't create the conditions for success, they're not going to be in the classrooms learning. So you won't be narrowing any gaps, right? So we can start there. And I think there are many different ways to attack equity and figure out how to improve our system. I mean, you've heard some of our recommendations today. You'll hear others in terms of the action steps from our counterparts here at MCPS. But the most important thing about system accountability, I think, is you can't track what you're not measuring.
Exactly.
And so one of our recommendations was about that accountability, but outward accountability, outward facing. So making sure that the community also understands what's being tracked and measured, and that you have those metrics in there that are around achievement and around student performance, but also around social emotional learning. Mm-hmm. And how do kids feel safe in school? Do they feel like they can be themselves? All of that is important in the mind for learners, right? Mm-hmm. And for our families. How are we engaging families?
And for staff.
And staff, yeah. Oh, can't forget about the staff, of course. And for staff. All of that matters in terms of a system that is going to transform, to your point, on the brink of transformation. So I just wanted to set that as the level base, that safety and fitting in the environment is important, right? And we have to figure out ways to make sure that that's happening for our students and our families and staff. I don't know if anyone else wants to add to that.
The other thing I would point you to is the data collection references we make in different parts of the domain. So for example, one of the pieces that we talk about data collection is making sure that we're incorporating metrics that impact academic achievement, even if we might not directly see those links, but they reveal root causes. So for example, when we're looking at disciplinary data, that's not currently something that's featured in your data dashboard under the equity accountability model, but it has a real impact on achievement and learning. If students are consistently being suspended or put in out of school time or out of school for disciplinary reasons, that's going to have a real impact on their achievement data. So that's one example. The other I would say was, again, that point we made earlier about the need to collect more interim data. So it's not about additional data points of different kinds, it's more of what you already have. So you're collecting data on things like both qualitative and quantitative data within your strategic plan. You name a lot of these metrics, but it's only happening towards the end of each year to compare, right? If you're extending that and having it happen benchmarks, beginning of year, middle of year, end of year, then you have a more continuous way to measure growth within a year, not just year over year. So it's less about adding additional metrics and more about just doing more of the current ones you have more frequently to get a more accurate picture of what's happening across the system.
Okay, that's helpful, because that's what I'm trying to assess is what we need to be able to, so is it doing more of that? And then I have a question in reference to, we've got our budget season in full swing right now and whatever else, but who do we currently have working in our schools and with our schools? I noticed you'd mentioned something about equity leaders, or is that something that I feel like we've been doing this work, or, we've been making efforts in this work for years, as many of my colleagues have said. What does that look like currently, and is this something that we need to expand on, or?
Yes, thank you for raising that, Ms. Mondrowski. And it's so interesting, as we were sitting here having the conversation, I'm going to what Dr. Joftis said as it relates to this question. How do we measure the impact of what we have before we put something else on top of it?
Right.
So to me, the biggest lever we have right now are staff development teachers. They are the leaders of professional learning. There is one in every school dedicated to this. Are they perfect persons? No, none of us are, myself included. This journey of how we become more anti-racist in our thinking and our approach to how we interact with families and students and how we teach children is the crux of how we make that change. I see it as our biggest lever because they are in the schools working with the staff directly and really are a big part of the leadership with the principal of how do you make our school improvement work meaningful to the student experience. That's what I see as our lever. From everything that I hear, the conversation continues to be focused on how do we support them in doing the work that they need to do with the staff? How do we continue to put measures in place to monitor the implementation of that staff development based on what our community tells us how we're doing, based on all the things that they've shared, and how our students are performing academically? So I'm so glad you asked that question because as I listen to this, I am literally taking the recommendations and processing them and saying, what do we have right now that exists that we need to be much more intentional and coherent about?
Right.
And what accountability measures do we need to put in place to address that? So,
I just drew a little picture for Stephanie and handed it to her. So you just put your finger. So in my view, we would define when I think of theory of change, what I'm thinking of is what are 4 or 5 things that if we really get after and do a PSDA model around them, we're going to move the needle on all sorts of things. So I just sketched out a little picture for Stephanie, to your point, Dr. McKnight, which includes community schools, culturally competent instruction, MTSS, and professional learning communities. So if we get those may not be the exact right things, but if we were to get examples of those core, what I would call non-negotiables, right, and performance managed them, put a whole continuous improvement process around them, we could start seeing, to your point, Ms. Mondrowski, that moving the needle. Right. And then if it works, terrific. And if it doesn't, we have enough information to say, okay, maybe we're not either doing this well, or maybe that wasn't the right answer. Maybe our culturally competent instruction is actually not an effective approach for whatever reason.
And just to add to what Dr. Joftis said, and I think that is the exact approach as you're going to hear when Dr. Alston presents. One of the first things we're doing is developing that theory of action, that theory of change, and identifying what those 3 to 5, as you mentioned, key levers are going to be for our district. Where are we starting? And I think what's critical also to remember is that in the report and what MAEC very clearly outlined is that it cannot be a group of four people in a room creating this theory of action or this theory of change, but in order to really create change, this needs to be co-constructed with our community. So we're going to be engaging, and I'm giving a sneak peek of our next section, but we're going to be engaging in community conversations with internal and external stakeholders, and one of the primary outcomes of our community conversations is to inform the theory of change, because that, in essence, when we're creating an action plan as a district, that needs to be the primary focus, and everything else is going to need to be built out underneath that in order to create that coherence in the action plan. And what's critical to note, and I know we didn't have the visual here, but I think MAEC alluded to it, but I'm hearing this as like a consistent theme here, is that there is for lack of a better word, a house of priorities visual that you may have seen in other meetings or in other board presentations that Dr. McKnight has shared. And it shows the pillars of our strategic plan, and it shows our core values, and the roof of the house says college, career, and community ready, so in essence our strategic plan. And what undergirds all of that is those anti-racist principles and practices that we are going to develop as a result of this audit. So the idea is that all of this work needs to inform the work of our strategic plan to ensure we're having that coherence in that everybody is college, career, and community ready. So we definitely don't want anyone walking away from the table thinking that the anti-racist audit and a subsequent action plan is a separate initiative to the work that we're already doing. And as MAEC noted, they did a comprehensive, and they utilized our most current strategic plan as they were building out the recommendations so that we could create that coherence in the sense that they were not making recommendations that were not aligned with the goals that are already identified as part of our strategic plan. Now, what it might mean is that our strategies might need to be tweaked in how we're going to get there in the strategic plan, but it's aligned with the goals that the Board of Education has already identified as their priority and in alignment with the metrics.
Thank you. Dr. Daka.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I really enjoyed reading the report and everything you're saying. I think it's so important today. This school system could be a national leader in this area. I think I said that to somebody when we were on taking our break. But I've always thought that we had the ability to do these kinds of things. And as I was telling Dr. Williams, we worked with your equity unit 30-some years ago, and he reminded me that, he's somewhere else. He reminded me that Susan Schaefer is still in charge. So you did wonderful work then, and you're doing wonderful work now. Organizations, all the things that we want to do, I hope that it's in the back of your minds that we have to not just work as a community and with our teachers, we've got to get the organizations on board with this or it's not going to work, because we're talking about accountability. And accountability does have to do with some kind of evaluation that we're going to be doing of our staff. And I just wanted to say Ms. Portillo gave us some ideas of how we might do this, that the teachers you were talking about, the staff development teachers, and by the way, they have not been trained in anti-racism. And so they teach about a new learning program or testing or something like that. And they're very complete in doing that, but they don't have that background to say, I think we ought to really work on this because it hurts certain kinds of people. So once we get through with the organizations, we might be able to do accountability. But what you said was that you choose something, but you work on it and you evaluate it as you go along. And that you have coaches. This is really important because people have things happen in their classroom, I'm just going to use teachers, and they don't know how to respond to it. And they just say things like, well, don't let that bother you. Don't pay any attention to that. So these are the kinds of things we really need to work on. They're just little things. And when you talk about discipline, I've talked about that a lot. And that is an area that we could work on that might be a start, because we all know how concerned we are about that. And when you talk about social emotional things, being suspended is very emotional, right? Regardless of how the kids respond. If they say, I don't care, they do care.
Thank you. Ms. Silvestri.
I'm anxious to hear the next steps. The devil's always in the details of implementation. I think that what we have here is a compilation of what we've been hearing from our community for the last 15 years. And as you mentioned, it's in a strategic plan, it's here, it's there, and so by having it all in one place, hopefully we can also organize the implementation in a systematic way. I just remind us to our original purpose, which Ms. Mandrowski mentioned, which we commissioned the audit because racial and ethnic disparities are seen in almost every area of our school district, including so forth and so forth. So we have to stay focused on that. When we decide on our levers, they have to point to outcomes that are going to change this trajectory, that it was the original purpose. I guess my question to you all is, I would love some more guidance, and maybe we'll get to that through our own processes, but I don't think all levers are created equal, and there's got to be some things that are higher impact to get us to this. I would hate for us to go through a whole process and not focus on the higher impact levers. And what does your experience tell us in comparable districts? I mean, you mentioned some small districts which are doing tremendous work, but that's where I am right now.
I'm sure my colleagues can give further examples, but one thing I will say is in picking your levers, what we would highly recommend is that you come back to teaching and learning and that vision of excellent instruction. What is that instructional core that MCPS truly believes in? What is your portrait of an MCPS graduate going to look like beyond college and career readiness? What about life readiness, right? And so when you're picking your levers and your entry points, consider that instructional core triangle of teachers, content, students, right? And what are the things that are most going to have an impact on those pieces and build out from there. And as we said, everything's interrelated, right? So what I would contend is that it's going to be hard to find a wrong place to start. Every entry point is going to be one that pushes it forward as long as you've chosen levers that come back to that vision of excellent instruction and of culturally responsive anti-racist education.
This is new. That said, I would go back to what Dr. Rowland said. Until your students feel safe, they're really not going to be learning. So looking at places and moments within the report where there really is students feeling unsafe, and that real specifically, and that's why we chose to highlight the finding on bullying, harassment, which was consistent throughout all three groups that we looked at, consistently within students, within staff, and within parents. There was reports of bullying and racial harassment not necessarily fully being addressed by the system. And we understand that this is a difficult thing to be public about, because if there was an incident, a lot of times there's privacy and confidentiality concerns that you have to raise. But having ways to report on where things are happening and being very transparent around this is going, I think, to give a big push to this relational trust, because what we've heard a lot of is that I have said something, and we heard this in the testimony today, I have said something to somebody about something that happened to my child, and nobody reacted. And for that family is never going to regain trust into the system, or it's going to take a lot, because if they really were vulnerable, and if they came to you and they said, I have really tried to make my system be addressed, it's really, really simple. So I would suggest that, you are up for deciding, but the things that focus really on the safety of the students would be a really good place to start.
That's a very good point that you made, though, because I've just heard recently as yesterday that what Dr. Daka said about somebody had made a comment to a student and the teacher just says, oh, don't worry about it, it's okay. But that child was affected by that comment, or the parent would not have raised it with me because that meant the child went and told the parent. And so something needs to be done in our system. Mr. Kim was next, and then Ms. Evans.
Thank you, and thank you for the comprehensive report and presentation. I first wanted to make a comment on something that was briefly alluded to. The report affirms what we already knew, that The work around anti-racism has a long ways to go in our districts. Yet our conversation today and seeing the engagement of our community in the process and the care of the team and the district put into this work leaves me optimistic in the future of education in our county and the work around anti-racism. It leaves me optimistic that this will bring measurable outcomes and meaningful progress around this work, and that this is not just another survey. And one of the things that makes me feel that way is a clear effort to build upon the work of the board and the system already and build upon previous surveys of the past. And I cannot help but be reminded of the Boundaries study. A study which told us that in MCPS, what you look like and where you live determine the educational opportunities you have access to. And to me, a conversation around educational equity cannot be had without a conversation around school boundaries. It is the role of a public education system to ensure that what you look like or what language you speak or where you come from or where you live does not determine the quality of education you receive. And so the work around school boundaries must be included in this work and our work around equity moving forward. And so the kind of concern or the kind of thing I wanted to briefly ask about was this idea of not being just another survey. And it seems like that's a point that's clearly been emphasized. And it seems like that's really rooted in two things from what I can tell. Number one, a strong partnership between the consortium and the district that really drove this work to this point and will continue to drive it moving forward. And this idea of building off the work, both in terms of the actual audit, looking at surveys of the past, but also in thinking of next steps, building into the work that the district is already performing. So I wanted to hear more about what steps are being taken to ensure that these points are being harped upon and continue to drive the work moving forward to make sure this isn't just another study.
So you're setting us up good. I think after Ms. Evans, we're going to get to that part, Mr. Kim.
Okay, perfect, Mr. Kim. You said a lot of what I was thinking. As a matter of fact, a lot of my colleagues have today. I did want to start off by thanking, I really appreciated what Dr. Williams started off by saying, acknowledging the number of years you've been here in this area and your commitment and your investment in our county. And the fact that many of the people that we're listening to today have either attended MCPS or have students in our system. So that really ties you to this work in a different way. And I really appreciate that we've done this audit. I feel like, our community is always talking about how we are not transparent. This is an effort to be transparent. I mean, we have peeled back the layers for you all to see. I appreciate and I agree with what Ms. Hope I pronounced your name correctly, Ms. Rosinska, mentioned about our students. I appreciate hearing from our teachers, staff, administrators, and our parents, but most importantly, I thought it was really important that we hear from our students, and they were very honest, very transparent, and you're right, all this work that we do is for them. And I was, we talk about our work, and I don't know if it's always in a way that the community can hear us, because a lot of what I heard in the recommendations, like you said, is work that we're doing, but this helps us to be more strategic, right? And I feel like there was some months back, we had a meeting where I believe it was Ms. Rubin, she showed us a system that we're going to get at some point that will allow us to be able to see our student disability data. Am I incorrect in that? We don't have the system created yet. I thought we were working on it. We do, we have it, but it's not up. Is it available for people to look at right now?
It is an internal system right now that we did build out using our Synergy platform that allows us to see it. But currently it's an internal system.
Okay, it's internal. Okay, and then I was going to say it would really. I want us to, at some point, come back and talk about how we're going to co-construct this with our community, because I'll tell you this, the African American Student Achievement Action Group was well before their time. Back in 2013, they came to the Board of Education and talked about having having groups at each of our schools where they would work with the school improvement team, have parents and students on there to help educate them on our process, to inform them, to be able to help empower our parents and our students around this work. So I was glad to see that you all could highlight and show what you've done in another school district around, just kind of bringing in all of our stakeholders to, get more in the trenches of our work. So I would just say it'll be really important because our community is very, like you said, they're very engaged and they have really great ideas. So I'm excited about the work that we're going to do and narrowing it down. And we've also, as a board, talked about, I know we come before the community annually to provide information, but we've also talked as a board about coming back a little bit more often. That way we can see when we need to pivot and make adjustments when things aren't going quite the way we had anticipated. So this was a really great report. Thank you for all the time and effort. And I do remember during the pandemic getting a little bit of backlash from the community by continuing to focus on the audit during a pandemic, because that should not have been the focus. But what we've been able to see from your recommendations, that it was really important that we continue to do this work. So just thank you all for this work and the commitment to get it completed so that we can present it to our community. And I look forward to what my colleagues and I will do with our superintendent to continue moving this work forward.
Dr. McKnight, you want to continue?
Yes, because of time, I think we should move right on into the action planning, which really gets at some of the questions that was asked. What will be next steps from MCPS as a result of the findings and the discussion we just had?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Olson, and I am the Director of Equity here within MCPS. And I'll have the privilege and honor of sharing with you some of our next steps. So Dr. McKnight was so lucky to share for us and express why this must be different. We've had an opportunity to hear from our partners as to how this was different. And so I'd like to take some time to unpack what we will do that will be different. So it's important for us to remember that the purpose of this audit was for us to gather information so that our actions are effective. We need to take the time to develop action steps that truly address the audit findings. And so the report is also very clear for us as that the fact that we need to make sure that we are co-creating action steps hand in hand with our community, hand in hand with our stakeholders. So therefore, this comprehensive action plan is going to take a little bit of time. Next slide, please. So we've divided our next steps into two specific parts. So the first part is designed to outline all the steps that we need to take in order to develop a comprehensive action plan. The second part of it are the immediate actions that we need to take while we are developing the action plan. It's important to recognize that we can't wait to begin until the action plan has been created. There are key things that we can do in preparation to prepare us so that when the action plan is finalized, that we are primed and are ready to move forward with that action plan. If you look on the next slide, see that we've begun to outline for you some of the next steps that are needed to present that comprehensive action plan by March of 2023. The plan will include the following. As mentioned, creating a theory of change. In doing so, it's also important that we take time to identify specific priorities that align themselves with each of the domains. As we've engaged in the conversation, we've heard multiple points and ideas brought up about the need for measurements and specific milestones that each department will be able to share with the community, because it's very much important that our community and all of our stakeholders are able to see the progress that's being made in alignment with our district-wide accountability framework, as well as our strategic plan. It's okay. I got it right here. Never know. It's also important that we take the time to ensure that we're able to ask ourselves, right? What will offices and schools be expected to do as a result of the audit? How will offices and schools be supported in getting this work done? How will the various departments and schools be held accountable? And finally, how will staff be supported and accountable for the steps that have been identified within the action plan? Next slide, please. We've heard a lot of discussion around relational trust. So this particular area is really designed to ensure that we are continuing to foster, to build, to reestablish the relational trust that's needed in order for this work to begin. The superintendent's administrative leadership team will take the lead in developing this plan. But we recognize, as I mentioned before, the need for it to be co-created with our stakeholders, co-created with our community. So over the next few months, what you will see is happening, they'll begin to working with our community partners, our student organizations, our staff associations, to host a variety of conversations. The goal of these conversations is to provide them an opportunity to give us input to inform the development of the comprehensive plan. Each group will be asked the same set of questions, but we recognize that their responses, their experiences, their expectations, and their needs are going to vary. We want to make sure that as we're engaging in these conversations, that they're not just culture responsive, but they're also productive and meet the needs of each of our groups. On our next slide, we've identified that while the conversations have begun, we expect it to begin to craft the next steps of the comprehensive action plan. These will be designed to address the systemic barriers that we know that these steps will be taken in order to address the domain-specific barriers as well as the recommendations. So with this in mind, we would be asking each of our offices to identify strategies, policies, and regulations that will need to be addressed to support the domain-specific observations and recommendations as it relates to their work. They'll be asked to develop measures and milestones that allow us to show evidence of impact, that the strategies that are being implemented are actually doing the very things that we've asked for them to do. Next slide, please. To continue in building that relational trust, it's the intent that we then have this draft comprehensive plan and return it back to the community and our stakeholders in January. And the intent of that is to say, when we met with you originally, we thought we heard you say this, and this is what we've captured. Did what we capture actually meet the needs of which you were trying to articulate? Did we get it right? We want to ensure that they don't believe that we heard them to check a box and that we went off to create something on our own and didn't circle back around. So the intent is to circle back around to ensure that we've captured everything that needs to be captured, with the intent that we can then go back and make some fine-tuning, make adjustments based on that feedback, and then present the final plan by March. It's also important that as we look at this plan, that everyone sees themselves in this plan. Every single student, every parent, every community stakeholder, every single office, every single employee, every single board member. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, this is a two-part thing, right? So I've just gone over for you the steps that would be needed to create the comprehensive action plan. Let's take a couple of minutes to dive a little bit deeper in regards to the immediate action steps that need to occur simultaneously as we're developing that plan. Next slide. So first it would begin to look at professional learning, which is just another area that was shared with us as we look at our equity-centered professional development. The intent of this being job-vetted. And so as has been shared many times before, one of the main findings is the need for coherence, ensuring that all individuals are learning the same thing. Right? Therefore, it's our expectation that all central office, operations, school-based leaders, Board of Education members, we provided training to ensure that everyone is clear on the expectations, the accountability measures, as well as the best practices. Right? We will start this with our building level and our central office and operational leaders, and then move forward with all of staff the upcoming year. You need to make sure that as we're engaging in this learning, that it's inescapable. Right? There's not an opportunity to opt out, that we're making it so that equity is the priority and not an option. Next slide. While our actions are starting with central services and central offices, schools will also need to do some of the work. So starting in the fiscal year of '24, all schools will be included specific action plans in their school improvement plans to address their school-specific audit reports. Schools will be provided with the supports to be held accountable, to ensure that their communities are in the process, and to identify action steps, and develop measures and milestones to show evidence that the strategies are in fact working. It's important to note, however, that the expectation is not that this is not started until then, right? The expectation is that as they're learning from professional learning, as they're growing and learning additional strategies and ideas, they're beginning to put some of these things in place. And identifying what do we need to fine tune, what do we find that's working? So that as they develop their school improvement plans for the subsequent year, they absolutely will be able to include those. It goes back to that see, plan, do, act, right? An opportunity for them to learn, study, try those things, and act upon them. This touches on our continuous data collection, right, as well as the accountability for racial equity work. Next slide. One of the themes that also came through from my audit report was that about community engagement. And so we've been working over the past few years to create structures and training for effective, culture-responsive, and anti-racist community engagement. We can begin by addressing this right away. This will also support in building and repairing our relational trust. So as we move forward with the new community engagement policy, it's important that we ensure that what is passed by the board in fall, that we support and everyone understanding what it means. Right? There's a professional development that's needed to understand how does that look? How do we make meaning? How do we codify it? So that everyone has a clear understanding to support in the need for coherence. Once it's understood, we can then begin to identify how is it enacted, but most importantly, how is it evaluated? So that we can ensure coherence actually exists, that there is a level of accountability to ensure that every parent, every family, every student is experiencing a similar experience within our district. Next slide. Also, as pointed out in the audit, there is a need for our staff and students and families to have a certain understanding in improving our all-in equity and achievement framework. So as a part of the update, I'll be working to understand if the framework has the information that our school community needs in order to make decisions around teaching and learning. If our staff has the tools that they need to support in instructional decisions around teaching and learning. It's also important that we identify how do we support our parents in understanding how their child is doing in school. How often do we give these reports? When we give the reports, are they able to understand the reports that are being shared with them? To provide them with the supports and understanding what are possible questions that they could be asking. How they should ask for support. How they can expect the school and themselves as parents to work hand in hand to support their child, eliminating gaps, to moving forward, and to having all that their child needs. This is another step in supporting and building and repairing the relational trust. Next slide. You're asking how, right? And so the purpose of our anti-racist system audit steering committee was have an inclusive group of stakeholders, provide input and feedback throughout all stages of our anti-racist system audit, including the development implementation, analysis, and action. Quite aware of that group. But there's another group that you may not be as aware of. Next slide, please. And that is our district-wide implementation team. So the purpose of this team is to support in making sure that staff from across the district, from all staff associations, are represented. And their intent is to support in the facilitation, the coaching, and the implementation. What's very unique about this group, as you look, is that it actually represents all three of our associations. They're all there. They're having a say, they're having an input, they're providing us guidance and support as we move this work forward. To be effective in this plan, we likely will be adapting to get more and more feedback from our students, from our staff, and from our families. Next slide. How will this be different? We must be different. I'm actually going to take you back to one of the first slides that you saw. A testimony from one of our parents. Sometimes it feels like MCPS has different expectations for Latino students than other students. I've had several instances through my time in MCPS where assumptions were made about my kid because we are Latino, especially relating to my family income or the language we should be communicating with. It feels like MCPS sometimes thinks that once they provide documents in Spanish, they have addressed the need of the Latino community. We are not a monolith. It feels like there is a bias from many staff when dealing with Latino families. Before we go back to you for discussion, I want to make sure we make this work a little bit more concrete. As I shared, this is a quote that was shared. This parent really doesn't care about the action plan. They don't care about the accountability measures or the accountability model that we put in place. They really don't even care about our school improvement plans. What this parent wants is for their child to feel safe, for their child to be valued, for their child to be seen, for their child to be heard, and most importantly, for their child to be successful. If our plan is to be successful, we need to get the input of our focus groups. We need to know whether our families are feeling as though they're being treated properly. We would already know because our training has given our staff the tools that they need to engage our families. It's given all of our leaders the tools that they need to support and hold us all accountable for the work that we're doing. I too am a parent. I have 2 young black boys. My younger is an 11th grader. As an educational leader, I know that changing culture, changing mindsets, changing outcomes takes time. But as a father, my child only has 1 year in 11th grade. He doesn't get another shot. So it's important that as we move forward, we remember that. I will now turn it back to you, Ms. Wolf, for questions and discussion.
Thank you. I just want to make one point, which is very interesting to me, the quote that you started with and ended with Latino families. With the exception of the language issue, you could substitute African American, and we feel exactly the same way in many instances in talking to the people around in my community. So I just wanted to make that point and ask one question. Well, two. I want to make another statement, and that is, I was glad to see that slide that included all 3 unions, because the one thing that we learned from Boston Public Schools is that you have to start with everybody in the building, right down to the bus driver, the cafeteria worker, everybody, for this to be successful. But the last thing I want to ask you is about the equity and achievement framework. Now, we're not talking about getting rid of that, are we? You're talking about being additive? Because I think that provides very good information.
Yes, absolutely. It's about being additive, and it's about making sure that we are building in some of the components that MAEC mentioned. So I bring forth, in particular, the equity and accountability model, EAM, and the equity and culture component, which unfortunately, as a result of the pandemic, has been delayed in the development. But as we are ready to start that as a huge component of work that we're going to build out right away. It's already in development, and it's going to be incorporating a lot of the measures that are identified here. The other thing that we want to think about is how we are updating another thing we want to think about is how are we updating some of the data that was surfaced as part of the Equitable Access to Resources study, as you know, that was done, and that was based on 2017 data. So how do we create more current dashboards that can give live data in more time? When we talk about continuous data improvement, that's one of the components that we want to enhance. And then finally, we also want to think about very strategically, how are we collecting, like when we think about the fourth component of the All-in Equity and Achievement Framework, that's Be Well 365. So one of the things that we really need to be strategic in doing, and that gets to that well-being piece, that safety, that feeling of safety. How are we enhancing that component? So I don't think it's about getting rid of, but it's about how are we building it up to really be the most robust accountability framework that we can implement. The other thing that we are working on as a result of that is we know that the All-in Equity and Achievement Framework, particularly when you take a look at evidence of learning, that is really designed to be the district level way of us evaluating our system. But we also know that there is a lot of energy from our community. We've heard it from our Board of Education around how do we share that information, and I don't want to use the word simple, but a little bit of easier to understand and transparent way to our community, so a parent can say, you know what, I know that if my kid is doing this, that they're being successful, so that they can actually have a tool for themselves to go into the schools to be able to utilize. So we're working on that component too. So I don't want anyone to think that we're throwing out the framework, but that we're upgrading it.
Okay, thank you, because we haven't had much time to evaluate it since it started, but I thought it had a lot of potential and could identify situations very easily. Ms. Mandrowski?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just kind of going back to where I was before. You'd mentioned that you sort of see our staff development folks as the leaders in a lot of this work. So I'm curious, number one, as to how we're going to continue to train, particularly our staff development folks, so that they can be effective in moving this work forward. And then also, I kind of got the sense from your presentation that this information has been broken down by school. And so I just wanted to verify that that is in fact the case, and if it's not, it will be. And then when will that information be shared with the school's leaderships? And I see we've got all our directors here, which is great. I'm assuming they'll be participating in the training stuff as well, so that they can help with the school leadership, making sure that, with their oversight.
So thank you for that question, Ms. Mandrowski. Dr. Alston is going to answer the question around the staff development teachers, but I wanted to address around the school-based reports. So we are going to be providing school-based reports. The school-based reports are from the stakeholder surveys. We're still working with MAEC on finalizing that data, so we don't have all of the data complete yet for the school-based reports, so we're working on a timeline. But this is also something that we want to do very thoughtfully. We don't want to just take a report and throw it at schools and say, here you go, now figure it out. But part of the process in consultation with our partners here is that really building out a robust support plan for schools to be able to figure out, how do they analyze the report? What supports do we provide as a district? And also making sure that we're working with our partners in the other offices in SSWB, as well as the chief academic officer's shop as well, because all of that data, we need to figure out how we're supporting the schools in that work. So we will share a timeline coming soon when we have more information on that.
Before Dr. Alston mentions the part about the staff development teacher, which I think is, I mentioned earlier, a really important lever point, I just want to emphasize that this work and training is going to have to take place with everybody. The reason, I mean, literally, it's going to be everybody who influences the students. So that means every position that exists in our entire system. But I did want to say one of the reasons I elevated the staff development teacher is because that is an investment that we have to keep in place long enough to measure the impact of, which we've seen success in prior years in our district, but we also want to invest in the time that they have to do this. That is their primary focus, to be able to build, bless you, build capacity of staff, to do this. And so I want to say that's their full-time job focus. While quite frankly, having an anti-racist perspective is everybody's full-time job focus, but we want to invest in that investment for them. And I just want to highlight that's exactly why we made a commitment to have a director of professional learning in the system, because we also know that we were going to need to have coherence and consistency across every association, which is every employee in the system, to say, what does this mean for my work? And so really having a cohesive plan that goes across all offices for all staff is a big part of that vision. But I just wanted to highlight that.
No, I really appreciate that. That's, yeah. And I just say no one misunderstood. I, of course, believe that it takes every single person, as one of my colleagues mentioned, like down from the bus driver to every person that is involved in our system. But it is nice to know that we've got someone who's kind of people can turn to if they need additional assistance, and how we're going to be able to monitor progress and success and all of that. So I didn't mean to.
No, you're fine. So you asked specifically about our staff development teachers. And so our staff development teachers are, their immediate supervisor is their under OSSWA. And so I've had the opportunity to meet on several occasions with Ms. Rubin, and we've begun to discuss how we would best utilize the learning and achievement specialists to support in gaining the professional development for our staff development teachers. So the intent is that they would receive training from our office, and we would be working alongside of them, and they'd be working alongside of us. It's what work that we do together, and we have to break down the silos in the sense of this is the work that they do and this is the work that we do, right? This is the work that we collectively do. So that is in progress.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple quick observations. One, I really appreciate the ongoing conversation that's evolving here around being far more proactive and transparent around our open data and sharing data with our communities in a very open, trusting way and in an ongoing way. So it's like they don't have to wait till the end of the year and download a PDF from the website, but that we're going to really invest time in creating that trust by be very honest about who we are as a system and where we are, and tracking the progress on the action plan we're going to be developing. And that is going to be a kind of a game changer in the way we share information with our community. So I'm really excited to hear about that. And I really appreciate, too, the conversation around how we are going to create a plan, and that how we are going to be very inclusive in the way we partner to make it real, and how we are going to clearly identify how in every school we are doing the work, how people can know we're doing the work, and how we're holding ourselves accountable to the work, and how we're measuring the impact of it. Because that is key. That is how you make change. But I just have to do a little shout out to, I don't know how many of you have followed the Watkins Mill Current, one of our amazing Pulitzer quality high school newspapers here in Montgomery County. And their editorial board just did an incredible 2-part smackdown of U.S. News and World Report, who put out their national rankings of state schools and high schools within a state, and basically told that community, you're a terrible high school. And they're like, you don't know how to measure what makes a good high school. And they really put it out there, and they said, this is why your measure is a bad measure, and if you want to know what makes a good school, these are the things that you look at. And it was incredibly well done. But I just kudos to them for just taking that and not taking that laying down and saying, you're going to call us a bad school. No. You are a bad organization for not knowing how to look at what makes a good school. So anyway, little shout out to them. And I have a couple of sort of logistical, maybe pragmatic questions. So looking at slide 26, and you have identified the purpose of the Anti-Racist System Audit Steering Committee. Now, is that a group that has already been created, or is that a group that is being created now as we're really taking this report and its findings and moving forward?
So the steering committee was created 2 years ago.
Okay.
And they are still in existence. Their role has been to guide some of this work.
Yep.
They've been used as a sounding board, provide input, insight, feedback, the whole step of the way. And so when Ms. Sharon did their presentation earlier, there was a list
Yep.
that listed the
All those
variety
groups.
of groups that have been a part of the steering committee. We've gone back to them to say, we realize it's been a 2-year commitment. Do you still have the same people that still want to continue to do
Right.
that work?
Right.
Same organizations and groups,
Right.
but maybe you want to tap out a little bit and you want to tap somebody else within the organization.
Right.
But that's a pre-existing group. That is not something that was newly defined.
Okay, good, because that because I'm just looking at the timeline, and a draft plan by January is ambitious, which means it's going to be a lot of work. And I know from experience, we ask our community to be partners in work and be on a work group or steering committee or this, that, and the other. It's kind of incumbent on us, and sometimes we don't get it right, to make them see that is a valuable use of my time. And I see how my work with you is actually being embraced and is actually having an impact. And so I think I just, being very honest with people about the time commitment, because that's real. And then, the planning around the meetings, because this is an ambitious timeline, lots of work. And I think sometimes, and I've seen it, some of their school communities now are starting on the work around the resolution around the 6 schools that are going to talk about the history of the individual for whom their school was named, and are they going to do anything about that? And they're getting 2 days' notice for the meeting, and I'm like, that's not enough. And so making sure that we are really valuing the people that step up to this work by planning meetings with a little more notice. And the other question I have, so I'm looking at slide 23, immediate action steps. Starting in FY24, so in this coming school year, next year, fall of 23. All schools will include actions in their school improvement plans. And so I just speaking as somebody who has been on the other side of this work as a parent and as an advocate, 210 schools, principals, and I know our policy and our process says these school improvement plans annually will include engaging the community. Some school leaders have very different views, apparently, about what that means. And so, we know, all of us probably know individuals who had to ask if they could be included in that process, and then were sort of, as an afterthought, included if you sat in a chair in the corner and didn't say anything, versus other good leaders who are like, you are part of this work, and you are essential to this work. So supporting, if this is going to be an immediate action step, all of our school leaders, that how much value their community is going to add to this process that we as a system are committing to doing, and just making sure that all of our school leaders have maybe the support they need to transform their vision about what that school improvement process means annually and what it means to make the community part of it. Just an observation.
Thank you for that. I think that also ties itself in to the next step as we look at examining and supporting with the community engagement policy. Right, and so when we do that well, schools have a firmer understanding as to how they then engage the community with their school improvement process as well.
Thank you.
Thank you all for a wonderful job. This was very informative, and we look forward to the next steps. Look forward to you coming back, so thank you. Okay, it is now 10:04. I want to be mindful that we have an obligation at 4 o'clock. So we're now up to our consent items. Is there any item that anyone wants to pull? Seeing none, can I get a motion to move 9.1 through 9.6 in block?
So moved.
Second?
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. We're up to item 10. It's really for information only, but you have a question?
I think Mr. Adams is here to take a look at 10.1, the construction progress report, given that we're hearing concerns. Just give us a quick overview of,
Can you do that, Seth, in the time you have allotted?
Just kidding. Just a quick one.
Two
Just, I think,
sentences or less.
we're hearing from community with concerns, and so
Yes, great question. And, we are experiencing a variety of supply chain and labor shortages, and we are seeing impacts, and we're working with individual communities to figure out ways to mitigate, but, more importantly, just to stay in a frontline communication with a variety of these different school communities, make sure there's no surprises as these projects progress. But yes, we're experiencing delays, but we are still working and trying a variety of different mitigation measures to try to get us back on track in as many areas as possible.
Ms. Silvestri.
Just related to that, I understand that some of these delays will cause schools to stay in holding schools for longer. So if Dr. McKnight, if our school support folks could look into seeing what more could be done to make that extended time there more doable, comfortable,
Yes.
productive, and positive for students.
Yes, thank you. We will do that, and I know that Mr. Adams and his team have been making sure we have that outreach with the communities just to hear exactly what their concerns are. So we will continue to do that because we know that it's a temporary solution to a long-term plan, but we want them to feel comfortable. So we will absolutely do that. And thank you to our community members who continue to share those things that you want us to consider in that process of transition.
Okay, we're up to.
Can I just clarify one quick thing? So our holding facilities are now part of our, FKIs or what?
KFIs.
KFIs, sorry. Dyslexia. No. That's correct, right? So they're evaluated similarly to the way all of our other schools are, and not alterations, whatever, and things are addressed the same way they would be if they were a regular school, right?
That is correct. They are part of our portfolio evaluation. We also performed a feasibility study a handful of years ago around renovations. While that was not ultimately funded, we do have that information, and we routinely go into these facilities and try to adapt spaces for individual schools to obviously try to make it as pleasant as a stay as possible during their swing space school stay.
No, I appreciate that. I just wanted to highlight that because it didn't used to be they didn't used to be part of the ed list, and we had several meetings over the years with communities even who were like, who's mowing the lawn? So just making sure that we now have that all on the list. Thank you.
Okay, we're up to item number 11. Can I get a motion to move 11.1 and 11.2 in block?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous of those present. Does anybody have any new business? Seeing none, item 12 is for information only. Now entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'm sorry, Principal. Can we just make sure we invite everyone over to the auditorium in just a moment? At 4 p.m., we are going to have our Hispanic Heritage Celebration, and we're going to have our students from different high schools here performing. If you want to learn some salsa dancing, as well as engage in some appetizers, we will have that across the hall. So all who are here, we hope that you will join us.
Thank you for that. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous. We're now adjourned. Thank you.